On February 14th, 2011, the advent of Disney Junior finally came into fruition with the launch of a new branded block taking over space on the Disney Channel. Therein lies a new chapter ahead for new, old, and pre-existing ideas. It was not the biggest occurrence within the scope of the Mouse House, arguably not even within its television units, but its presence made its case for itself, and well solidified as a product of innovation for its time. It is common for many to shine a spotlight upon many works, from the most forthright and attention-grabbing as the mainstream hits are, to the more understated and obscured series that still bring much to the table. People growing up in this era are quick to hail this time as the best era of television animation ever, based on the works of a significant few. Indeed, there's been a lot of great work produced during this time. It's undeniable that these shows have had their effect on people. Even so, there's a demographic genre of the medium that many often don't factor into the good times that keep on rolling. The preschool brand. Indeed, as a genre that was barely existent about half a century ago, it's a very powerful sector of the industry today. They've always proven themselves to be as commanding story-wise as they were financially promising, but the last decade or so has also demonstrated how this part of animation history has evolved and adapted unto the general glut of content. Preschool animation of the decade has taken on a habit of adopting many narrative structures of its older relatives in the general sphere. Whether as episodic comedies or dramatic bridge serials, many products began to or continued to innovate and incorporate as many periphery audience members as they appeal to the target. I'm here to bring more attention to them today, for as we call for others to respect animation or see that animation is for everyone, we have to actually embrace the dogma wholesale and explore different types of animation. You're most likely wondering why this video is as long as it is. Normally I'd wonder why you haven't clicked off yet, but the fact that you clicked on it at all of your own volition justifies a more articulate response. Okay, this piece functions as 3 series retrospectives in one package. If we can have 2 hours Steven Universe critiques and sprawling didactic pieces on Thomas and Friends, I figured there'd be no harm in giving some Disney Junior properties a good 4 or 5 hours or so. In my mind, there is no splitting this up either. Potential numerical value to me aside, it was important to me that on this day, and this day primarily, we address this giant monolith of the art form in one go. This conversation's been shrugged off for so long that we gotta at least start off with a bang. We're at the stage where animation is in an incredibly good spot as a medium. We have more money, more freedom on paper at least, and more talent testing the boundaries to give us premier entertainment. Not all cartoons are made equally, but I love this medium all the same. For eons, historians and fans alike have been preaching to the power of animation's strongest works. We've seen it in action time and time and time again, and I fully believe in its powers. However, I'm not so assured in our ability to prop them up. For years, cartoon fandoms have very much gotten wise to the perception hanging over the medium. We know how many outside of our niche don't see animation beyond the most simplistic cartoons or past the lens of a child's perspective. It is a frustrating dogma to be sure, but honestly, who could blame them? Aside from the literal decades Hollywood and its collective power vacuums have spent marginalizing the medium's abilities, that's a whole other story, I think we still have much to learn about accepting our own subject matter. In some ways, animation fans have drunk the Kool-Aid of the general public. If we're still operating under the assumption that only a certain type of animation has the potential to pop off, then we've still got a long way to go. To that end, the preschool animation sector is by far leaps and bounds ahead of the curve financially and narratively speaking. It's starting to get more attention too, a benchmark most notable in this modern age. It's only been a functional genre, again, for about 50-60 years or so, but its ability to tell compelling, adventurous, darker, more subtle stories for a younger and younger audience has been spelled out eons ago. Many of them had thematic focuses many would applaud current television cartoons for having today, like the nature of the human condition, environmentalism, the benefits of a unique, diverse perspective, and the merits of reality and life and space and time itself. I think the nature of this business gave the more stereotypical entries more of a spotlight than needed. Then again, the more down-to-earth projects never needed to overextend to connect to an audience anyway. There are series from the past, like David the Gnome, Babar, Little Bear, that very much fit that narrative, tonal, and artistic void. They're the kinds of series that would occupy enough time to fill a 30-minute video essay on why they're so great. I've never heard one person decry them in the same way one might denigrate Caillou or Peppa Pig. Yet, in most instances, their legacies command not more than a passing quip of nostalgic acknowledgement. Today, while the industry has more space and more demand to pump out many an average 2 to 5 AIM series, there's a veritable smorgasbord of content that excels at character depth, complex storytelling, and immersive design. They are the ideal animated works. They can truly and unequivocally appeal to anyone. They literally come from all around the globe, but I've made the deliberate choice to feature 3 series from the junior set of the Disney Empire to highlight today. They're timeless despite having been made quite recently. They've quite plainly had tons of passion and resources poured into them, and their stories rival that of the decade's most prolific in the TV space. Technically, I grew up with the Disney Junior era, and more so the aged-out playouts that came before, but functionally speaking, I invested much more time into rewatching, examining, dissecting, and studying these properties to give them their dues. There are several times when I can recall being squarely beckoned by that place where the magic begins, and its delightful selection prior, especially in times where the main networks of the big 3 were slacking in the programming and scheduling department. I mean, as far as mission statements go, I think the channels achieved theirs pretty well. Whether it came to acquisitions or their marquee original productions, Disney Junior has had a pretty sound channel identity since day one. 10 years later, the day of its premiere as a branding identity on the one and only Disney Channel, I saw no greater opportunity to make my case as to why these shows, this genre, and this whole section of animation should get its dues from the wider animation space. They couldn't have gotten this far without a tops formula in their pocket, and the way they've executed has had a decidedly active effect on the industry. It's my job today to walk through the glut of 3 of their most influential and high-concept original series and prove that they can adequately stack up to the most heralded of modern TV animation. I took an active interest in checking all these shows out one day, and know for a fact that the 3rd and final entry has been on my binge list for the longest. That said, I truly didn't have a clue as to how deep the well was until I sat down to watch all of them in action. Between over 300 episodes and at least 120 hours worth of content, I've had a bunch of time to figure these guys out, yet if you really sit down and think about how much there's left to explore, it's almost like this is just a more detailed cheat sheet. The end goal of this video is to attempt to infuse some enthusiasm into the audience about the topic at hand. If these series have the chops to be as hard-hitting and profound as some other favorites touted by the community, there's no reason why we can't put some shine on the occasional preschool program that excels in a unique way. So, no more yakking. We've got a long way to go here, and it's burning daylight. It's time to examine the maturity of Disney Junior.
Coming up, it's Jake and the Neverland Pirates.
It's pretty hard to initially describe a series as unassuming as Jake and the Neverland Pirates, so instead, I'm going to tell you a story. It probably will not make any sense, but I'm going to tell the story anyway. See, when I was younger, I was surely aware of its presence, but as with many things, it kind of just skirted past my general attention for ages. Knowing nothing of it, I landed on its network of origin while channel surfing one day, and this, not even capping, this is exactly how I'm greeted.
Got a tickle in my nose, you better stand back! My genie me magic's out of whack.
This is a musical segment from Season 3, Episode 10, Segment A, aptly titled,
Trouble on the high sneeze.
Oh, right. And its sense of humor is no less filled with mirth and merriment than most others, and similarly, its premise is pretty off the wall. Doubly so not having seen it before. Let me try to describe it. See, a magical wish-granting spirit contracts allergic rhinitis after prolonged contact with volcanic ash, and he enlists the help of the miniature marauders, right, to alleviate his condition and undo magical mayhem. Now, to any normal person, this probably reflects as any, average plot for a pirate cartoon without all the prowess, but once it hit me, it immediately rubbed me the wrong way. For reasons that I cannot explain, I know the reason why, I just can't get into it right now. This was essentially the worst thing imaginable. I squirmed, I squealed, I would probably be sick to my stomach if I had a weaker constitution. As a reflection of my own biases, rather than a response to the objective work, I lashed out. This one episode allegedly told me everything I needed to know about this dumb show for 4-year-olds. This is pandering, low-effort codfish bait, managing to challenge my patience because it insults my intelligence, and it's a big dumb and a poop mouth with poop opinions, and nothing will ever fix it. The end. And that was pretty much it for a while, at least. After a month, I pretty much put this out of my mind, forgot about it, aside from the occasional recall. And coming to understand this as a series proper meant confronting my own issue with this segment again, and upon rewatch, I was fine with it. Placated even. Though considering which character was in such a situation that was at the root of my fury last time, I decided to look into this side character a bit more diligently. Clearly he's not part of the main cast, but again, he's to blame for such an episode's derailment. So I scoped out his debut episode, and the vibe was completely different.
I'm a genuine genie of the pirate sword, and I grant treasure wishes.
I really had to take a beat to process this. Here you have this silly, swerving, sand swashbuckling pirate genie lifted from perceptive obligation of a comic relief role and giving not only a background, but a suave, swinging savoir-faire about him. Not only is this not a throwaway jokey joke type character, but this guy has a story and a cadence to him and a sense of sophistication to how he's presented. It's the most extreme and yet most breathtaking juxtaposition to make in a show about non-pirates rewriting the Neverland canon. Seeing this for the first time served two different functions. It eliminated most leftover biases that only served to hold me back from watching more of the show, and it effectively gave my perception of the show a hard reset. See, as much as it's been parroted in most of the stuff we grew up with, we apparently still need to embrace the idea of second first impressions. The first time is never the last time. In the case of Neverland, that's essentially a ruling tenet. In realizing that, for as wild as it will get, it will also subvert expectations pretty much every time. It was like learning to believe I could finally fly with this premise. I learned to believe in the permanent mysticism of Neverland. For those who don't already know, Jake and the Neverland Pirates is Disney's most prospective continuation to its developed Peter Pan lore in a more structured format for a much younger audience. Running from 2011 to 2016, it follows the lives of the three young denizens who live just offshore of the aforementioned Neverland. Jake, the de facto leader of the gang, the courageous yet friendly unofficial captain of the crew. Izzy, his stalwart right-hand pirate and keeper of the pixie dust. And Cubby, the reserved but determined youngest of the trio, an expert navigator. They're chaperoned by a little parrot named Scully and their magically sentient ship Bucky. They sail the Never Sea in search of adventure and fun, at least until they run into the unflappable Captain Hook and the skeleton crew of the Jolly Roger. Whenever they spring into action to right some wrongs or secure some previously stolen treasure, they're quick, crafty, and precocious above all. They practically cash out doing nothing but solving pirate problems along the way, small puzzles or issues they encounter on their journeys, and at the end of every day, they count up their treasure and stash it away with the sunset on the horizon. As far as I can piece together, there was mutual interest from creatives and executives to try to get a Neverland-themed series off the ground after a Pirates of the Caribbean adaptation never made it out of early development. Nevertheless, plenty of writers and senior artists within were captivated by the former. A lot of them liked the idea of seeing Hook and Smee continue to travel around the realm, which is understandable considering the moderate success of the Disney Fairies video series and all the imaginative projects laying waste after the absorption of Disney Toon Studios. For a time a bit earlier than such, Disney Junior was being built up as a new incarnation of the then-ancient Playhouse Disney brand. Its premier model consisted of carting around old mainstays, promising acquisitions, and bombastic new originals, which was an ambitious plan that had yet to be fully realized, for they had yet to crown a flagship series. Jake obviously went on to fill that void as not only its main original series, but the first program to air in tandem with the new branding. It was especially fitting considering that much of the same crew behind Mickey Mouse Clubhouse was thoroughly infused into its DNA. It was practically built from the ground up to be a smash hit, and today we have to dissect what that really meant in this era of Disney TV. Trying to orate one's genuine expectations and preconceived biases before a prospective deep dive such as this is like trying to navigate a hair-trigger minefield. Attempting to codify your hypotheses with merit and class without betraying your own raw feelings is liable to blow up in your face at least once. Staring this entry in the face for long enough to be able to write this will probably be the most difficult one to tackle. If there's no getting past the first impression stage without walking a tightrope, the rest will surely not be a cakewalk. To try and cut it straight, I had a lot of doubts about my ability to represent this one fairly. I can respect any show that earnestly, unabashedly, even unapologetically represents itself and its demographic with gusto. That being said, it doesn't always make them an easy sell. Generally speaking, it's much easier for us to pick apart what makes a piece of media not work rather than otherwise. In this case, I found myself trying not to pick out obvious possible flaws and restrictions before I saw them fully realized. I don't know much about what the scope of the Peter Pan fan base would look like. Even with significant research to be done, most of what I will have retained begins and ends with Le Funny Hugh memes presented by Fred Willard. So as limited as my scope may be, even I can tell that things have been scaled down quite a bit. No doubt, before the big binge, I can tell that this series excelled at quite a lot, but I can imagine the bold legacy it chose to reimagine is the exact centerpiece that would turn many people away from it. So I think if there was anything that potentially hook a periphery demographic, it would probably tie into how it can pay homage to its source material, and possibly how its characters, original or legacy, feed into what's going on. As far as expectations go, I often go into these things not knowing what to expect. It sounds better than going in with lowered expectations, but I think it can also make you more open in the long run. Before I officially started binging all these subjects, whatever stray episodes I did watch did endear me quite a bit. I wasn't expecting a 10 out of 10 all the way through, but I figured I can certainly enjoy myself throughout. My biggest fear lies in figuring out how far they went with in softening Hook. As far as I know, he was a major draw in even getting this series produced. Accepting him under these new parameters would be a fascinating experience for sure, but I assumed the previous source material could possibly give us an idea as to how he might turn out here. Disney's Peter Pan is flanked by 2 theatrical films, and to prepare for this project, I gave both a watch back to back. Considering what the source material is all about, I don't think I expected much out of either, but as it turns out, I got a lot out of them. You can kind of tell where Jake was placed tonally based on how these two films worked their magic. These managed to squeeze so much into their 70-minute runtimes, you wouldn't believe they're as short as they are. The 1953 romp is a very simple yet fun adventure in Neverland that makes its stylistic flair its substance. Its heart lies in its adventure and whimsy, and subtly so, there's not much else to it. It's hard to talk about it because it is quite succinct. Of course, it was a big project for the time, but it seems to be pretty faithful to the feel of the J.M. Barrie works. The second, however, is a stalwart continuation of the proper Disney canon. The way it chooses to flesh out this lore is fascinating just to deconstruct. To keep it short, let's just say that the boy that never grows up did some well-due adulting here. Instead of being a loud and brash protector who's as brazen as he is oblivious, this one's more thoughtful and accommodating. There's a clear, incredible difference between these two, and it directly feeds into the resonance of the story. It feels like the type of film made for and by grown-up fans of the original, looking for a bit more emotional strength. It's nostalgia bait, but it's good nostalgia bait, outside of the pop song inclusions, of course. It almost makes me want to take the world of Neverland more seriously. Going in, it's evident that Jake would try to meet down the middle and satisfy both aesthetics, despite both of its reference points being so different. Chronologically speaking, it presumably takes place not long after the original, as the Darling Children guest star in their original states. However, emotionally speaking, its Peter is definitely more in line with the second film. Having seen a few episodes before my formal binge began, it confused me for days as to why this iteration was more nanny dog than Lost Boy leader. We'll touch more on him later, but luckily, seeing these features back to back answered most of my questions quite effortlessly and cast more suspicion onto the other returning cast members. But that's all a surface analysis. Now, let's finally plunge into the deep and see what treasures we unearth.
Now set sail for Jake and the Neverland Pirates on Disney Junior!
Season 1 is a very traditional starter's round of establishing expectations. It plays it slow and steady enough to set the scene well, while also dipping a toe into what lies far ahead. Obviously, you've got the characters, settings, and some background info, but how does the show actually work? Well, to be honest, in quite mysterious ways. You know by now that the nature of the show pulls us in opposite directions with our two dueling protagonists, Jake and Captain Hook. They're both considered pirates of the vast never sea in constant flux like the waves on the tide. Proper Peter Pan lore states that while he's away from the island, nothing big ever happens there, which is a great accidental scapegoat to account for the light and soft tone pursued there. Yeah, that came from a book, but they're not even capping. Jake's crew is less a band of pirates and more a trio of sea scouts. They have a magic sentient boat that they barely use as intended, and the lay of some land whose fierce protector is their greatest friend and inspiration. Most of the time, they're just messing about on this island, not even collecting treasure. They're kids, but kids with morals.
Yep, Hook doesn't play fair, but we're not like that.
I was blissfully amused by how docile they were. I mean, they were never meant to be real pirates anyway, but shit, some of these lines just crack me up instantly.
How are we going to get Captain Hook to give us my shell back?
Well, first we'll ask him nicely.
Is that really gonna work?
It's worth the try. Ahoy, Captain Hook!
It's evident to me that this is a different kind of pirate show. It is a bizarre change, yeah, but it creates a good balance considering how the other protagonist acts.
Hello, Golden Pumpkin.
You say hello, and I say goodbye. Trick or treasure.
Captain Hook, considered to be the sneakiest snook on the whole island, has more in common with a 5-year-old than the murderous theatrical master of the Jolly Roger in previous lore. He still searches for treasure, but he's more often sidetracked by luxuries of a different kind. It seems that no matter the modern marvel that appears on shore, it catches his attention like that. Most of his time is spent swiping inconsequential items from the Sea Scouts. Sometimes he'll have utilitarian needs or a desire to mitigate distractions around him, but most of the time it's just about what he wants. He's just utterly fascinated by all these newfound toys, and even when not, he takes great delight in taking them, capping off his swiping with a Victorian type of zeal.
Thank you, Scalawags, for working so hard to get the round bouncy thing back. But I'll take it from here. Ha!
In context, Jake's crew doesn't typically seem bewildered by this serial stealing. They usually go with the flow and recover their stuff with grace and a good attitude. Unless something or someone of greater value is trifled with, the repeat offenses don't really bother them much. In a lot of ways, they act more as allies to him than enemies. They often help him out of the terrible situations he puts himself in and tries to do right by him, even if they don't really have to.
If I found your hat, I wouldn't return it. I'd keep it.
Well, we're not like you. We're returning it because it's the right thing to do.
As admirable a trait as it is ridiculous, they're also typically more clever and strategically minded. Characteristically speaking, the Neverland Pirates are not quite blank slates, but all four of them are still fascinating foils with very subtle characteristic flourish. It's pretty easy for them to have a tangible impact, as with each episode, the typical story structure is more deeply ingrained. The crew enjoys a thing, Hook takes said thing, they chase after him and get thing back, count gold doubloons, profit. The beats each segment hits on may seem too restrictive, but in fact it's the characters themselves that make each episode stand out. Mainly the ones who don't always do the right thing. As we've established previously, the genesis of the series' existence was predicated on Hook and Smee's further misadventures around Neverland, even if Peter's absence creates a stagnant adventuring environment. Their interactions in the original film were easily a highlight in a very lively, action-packed trek, but the risks associated with adapting them for this audience is plain to see. Obviously, the title character is of top concern, but to me, it seems like this duo is the real focus of the show. So again, it's important to see how this legacy will carry out all the way. Hook and Smee are fairly accurate depositions from their last major outing and return to Neverland, and everything's the same except rounded out a bit. Even the voice work comes down to being much more comedically focused. The voice work prior was a pair of great imitations befitting of the original characters. When carried over into this show, their actors have sufficiently fallen into their roles and fine-tuned them to be their unique but definitive takes.
But Captain, I thought the noisemaker was keeping you awake, and that's why you
Pipe down, Smee. Let this cool dude play his masterpiece.
Yes, well, the very first voice I did for Disney was the voice of Hans Conried, who was out of town at the time, and Doris Butler was working on a slide film for Disney. And Doris said, "Yeah, I know this kid. He does a pretty good Hans impression." And he called me and said, "You want to audition for this?" Okay. And that ended up being my first professional gig.
Corey Burton had been voicing Hook for upwards of 40 years now. It'd practically been a dream of his to take the helm of this character.
We're joining Hook in 1980?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yet after doing the job for around 30, when hit with this task, he was flummoxed for a second. How does one portray an onerous, shrieking, devilishly handsome gentleman in a soft and fluffy preschool program? It's almost a Zen riddle. The challenge of infusing comedy into the Jolly Rogers crew was a challenge even for comedically cracked up codfish. At the end of the day, all the pirates play it out like a vaudeville routine. Their mutual self-awareness is abundant enough that it doesn't crack through the surface tension. And I don't say that because the fourth wall is broken a la Dora to set the plot into motion. Hook's rather slim roster is capped off by two musicians, Sharky and Bones. Not only do they set the scene around the episode, but they're given little music videos during the credit sequence to really rock out. In other dubs of the show, the segments are localized and were probably syndicated on networks proper, which is a cool little Easter egg. The two pirates that portray them in the native segments also take care of the music for the series at large, which, might I add, is an excellent touch. In the series, they're not much more concerned with assisting their captain than the kids are with Hook in the first place. They'd rather just underscore what's going on, which is wonderfully layered anyway. Now, the animation, on the other hand, is something that I could dissect for literal eons. Ontarian studio Mercury Filmworks royally spoiled Disney television animation with all their work throughout the 2010s, and their work for Disney Junior was absolutely no exception to that. I'll probably find myself talking about it for much longer in the next entry's work, because it had something early on that Jake didn't quite have: polish. Considering the 5-year gap between the premiere dates, it's plain to see why. Prior, or perhaps concurrent to Jake's genesis, the only two Disney projects Mercury worked on were Kick Buttowski and Fishhooks, two highly energized comedies made for general audiences. Over there, they had mastered the subtle pops and bounces that made the characters truly animated. Neither had a long lifespan, but the simplicity of the design work combined with the clear extremes of the composition seems to have helped them along and made for two extremely good-looking, highly stylized programs, especially for the time. Jake, being a softer and slower series with more detailed background work, higher amounts of multimedia assets, and more complex designs, had a much tougher act to follow. So initially season 1 looked rather rough. It took off running, but occasionally it'll stumble over itself. Not much unlike Cubby, actually. Errors usually have more to do with pacing than anything. Anytime the lip sync isn't quite there or the in-betweens don't make for a smooth transition, it shows. Talking head scenes just don't look right all the time, but as a trade-off, they usually have more extremes and flourish poured into them. Taking it slow is harder than it looks, but at least the slapstick keeps its cool. Taking major cues on the character acting from Kick Buttowski, perhaps Hook and Smee's earlier action shots are great to look at. Lots of good secondary action and anticipation to be found in each movement arc. Especially early on in the series, wild takes from the two were way more common and pretty on point characteristically without killing the wild factor. It's a touch I know comes back to making those two the real highlight of the series. The true vision was there from day one. Jake also gets a few good takes every blue moon, but more often than not, any unique keys are due to the show feeling its movement design out, rather than any conscious cue to kick it up a notch. The farther I went into this season, the more I realized my sorry excuse to gush about a recurring side character was more justified than I originally imagined. After the first few episodes, you probably walk away with the assumption that this is genuinely a poor man's Dora the Explorer come 10 years too late. Which is funny by this point. Jake is old enough to become the Dora to other animated pirate media. Everything from the tones of our protagonist to the fake interactivity to the honest-to-God map segments, many aspects would be setting off normies' alarms all over the place. So you'd probably wonder what the hell Jake and the Neverland Pirates actually teaches these kids.
Imagination.
See, anyone who's heard the term pro-social more than a few times is probably not too impressed with that distinction alone. Any preschool show can portray a few drab, functional relationships where people work out their problems and call it pro-social content. While there are plenty of conventional friendships here, this label has more tangible and unique effects on this world, coming down to how the good guys and bad guys get along with each other. In this definitive midquel to the Disney Peter Pan canon, there are practically no bad guys, not in the way that would make for a boring time either. Since Captain Hook has essentially been declawed and defanged here, he's little more than a grade A brat, an attribute that his crew and his rivals see quite clearly. In most interactions, you'll notice that Smee is more satisfied to set things right by the sea pups than anything. He wants to make his boss happy, but even he has his limits. Sharky and Bones are pretty sporadically invested in their boss's plans of deception, but his right-hand man, while always delighted to villainize with his captain, is more happy if the kids are as well. The producers say they're all good friends, in fact. They're not just fulfilling the roles society has chosen for them, domestic housekeeping fluff included. Part of what makes those nuggets of domestic wisdom so hilarious is that in contrast to Hook's whinging, wailing, wallowing schemes, he never learns much more for the sake of the dynamic. Jake, not even a pirate many times his junior, never has to stoop to his level. He's downright cordial to the guy who keeps jacking his shit without recourse.
Thanks for returning our boomerang, Captain Hook!
No matter how far he's gone or to what lengths he's gone to deceive the children, he's always given a chance to pack it in. If he refuses their help, it's a simple, well, we tried, before they're off to the races again. They're thoroughly unthreatened by him, yet they keep letting him get away with it. There was this one episode where both crews face off in an Olympian competition themed around teamwork. Bucky's crew was out in full force while Hook boldly chose to run by himself. 3 guesses as to how that played out.
I'm tired of these silly games. Team Hook, get me that trophy!
See, it's easy to do the setup and portray it amongst a group of friends. Nobody's really malicious or has bad intentions, but maybe the one in Hook's position is a bit stubborn or bossy. The goal of them having the experience is to drag them down to an empathetic level and relate to the kids at home. It's an understandable ideology, but considering how much it's been done, I think it's much more meaningful that Hook is the one having his own pirate booty being handed to him. He's not a villain, but he's not a friend either. He's that kid that goes to a friend's birthday party and gets upset if they don't get a gift too. He's the kid that wants to hoard all the special Lego and create hell on earth if he can't have them all. He's the terror that flaps in the night and whines about the distance. So without being thought of one, he's essentially just another one of the sea pups. When kids at home get to see Hook lose again and again, it does send the message that rampant hedonism and a lack of egalitarianism doesn't pay. You don't have to be the ultimate mediator, but you do have to be a team player, at least every once in a while. The whole point of the competition was to showcase how well a team can work together, and quite stubbornly, Hook refused to use a team for no real reason other than pride. As entertaining a character as he is, his presence serves as a lingering cautionary tale. It probably did more good for youngsters to see the more concrete effects of a salty codger lose repeatedly, rather than just be told about it. It's an attribute of the show thus far that I admire the most, the ability to bring the legendary hook-handed menace down to a kid's eye level. These attributes come to a head in the Season 1 finale Peter Pan Returns, where the titled guest star returns to the island and loses his shadow along the way, taking his powers along with its presence. When a run-in with Captain Hook gets thrown into the mix, the race to recover the missing shadow intensifies over the course of about 40 minutes. The story in and of itself isn't much to write home about. Aside from the narrative's effort to also instill some character growth in our younger protagonists, there's not much more roughage to be accounted for. The bare necessity of this adventure, as is stated all throughout, would be the return of Neverland's eternal protector, Peter Pan. Like I said earlier, Neverland Pirates was built off the premise of Hook and Smee's misadventures around Neverland. I feel like I've said that phrase so many times already. So somehow Pan has to be a huge draw to the show, whether he was the ultimate foil or not. While I learned to appreciate a little of every Disney interpretation, I'm not personally crazy about this one. He just seems a bit off. Like his design and vocal qualities, I guess, are technically faithful to the old school Disney model, albeit cheapified. I just find him uncanny. He's not exactly Diet Pan, maybe closer to Peter Light, I don't know. Even design hang-ups aside, the way the writers chose to mold him is particularly fascinating. Originally, I had drafted up a screed about how neutered this version of Pan felt compared to A, his 1953 Disney debut, and B, especially to the original canon. Baseline, he's supposed to be like the Cat in the Hat of Neverland. He's an unwavering revisionist demigod that can literally mold the fabrics of time and space in this magical realm. He drags real people from the real world into Neverland to use as pirate playthings, canonically speaking. His antics justify his mischievous, adventurous, rowdy spirit. And while he does grapple with Hook heavily in the Disney films, he doesn't regard him with much seriousness. I mean, when you already took the man's hand, what kind of threat do you really classify him as anyway?
I'm a codfish.
Louder!
I'm a codfish!
Hook is a scary bastard, and his spontaneous breakdowns and fits of rage are what really solidifies his character. It's a trademark that never really fazed the Mad Hatter of Neverland. Of course, I couldn't expect him to come back in full force here, but the way he was written was still an uncanny choice to be made. In the season 1 finale, Peter, losing track of his shadow, was supposed to essentially become a side piece compared to his few interactions with Hook. And yet, it doesn't look like Pan and Hook are fighting. At least, not like they used to.
You're not hiding anymore, Hook!
Blast your Peter Pan!
Pan is actually bothered by Hook's snookery. He's perturbed, troubled, and not even terribly indignant. Sure, he throws a bit of weak banter at him, but otherwise he's playing this threat to the adventure straight. He's actually upset about this? Let me be clear, when Peter Pan needs to kick ass and take names, he would not hesitate. Even in the Disney canon, he is pretty ruthless. Here, his role is not much more different than Scully's. His displeasure seems to stem mainly from how Hook's antics affect Jake and his crew. In the show, his one focus is this small band of puny pirates and their non-adventures in this vast expanse. Before, I was pretty disappointed knowing what swashbuckling real Neverland Pirates can get up to, and in terms of action, I wasn't going to benefit, but narratively, the writers were probably 5 steps ahead of me. Here, if you think through the implications of Pan's influence in the show, it's probably the makings of a midquel between the original Peter Pan and Return to Neverland. Literally everyone except the Jolly Roger's captain loves Peter Pan as the island's protector, but he keeps a special eye on Bucky's shipmates. He sends them gifts and directions to parts of Neverland, knowing that they're not even engaging in traditional pirate shit. He hovers over them from afar like a helicopter mom. I don't know what I was expecting coming off of the sequel, but I know it wasn't this. This is a different Pan, a growing Pan, like the one only prophesized in unauthorized continuations and crackpot theories. It's possible that it's sheer coincidence things worked out the way they did. It's quite common for Disney to insist that things follow a strict continuity or timeline so that any after or during can fit neatly with the rest of the franchise it's trying to revitalize. Though I think having Pan achieve the right balance does demonstrate great thought poured into conceiving this world.
There's got to be a little Peter Pan in you, otherwise you won't survive, I feel. And it's such a frame of mind, to have a childlike sense of the world with still being grounded in adulthood. And I think that's a lot of Peter, to be honest with you. He really has learned a lot and been around a long time, but he still keeps that childlike essence about him.
Yeah.
And that's so very important to the character.
Having observed him helping his mateys out in real time, he definitely gave off some comfy vibes. He's more of an older brother figure than he normally would be. In fact, his assistance and how his presence affects the team becomes a bit of a side plot among Jake and his mateys.
You know, crew, that's what we've been doing wrong all day. Trying really hard to impress Peter, instead of working together.
I was almost irritated seeing their failures play out in real time, though I have to admit that this is a clever lesson to espouse on these guys. One perhaps not to be done by any other than the one and only boy that never grew up. If anything, it speaks to how on point these three are consistently. Aside from some kooky dialogue or an angsty musical number here or there, the season 1 finale was nothing to scoff at. Its attempts to plunge into a more cinematic version of the place don't always pan out, but the way our characters are thrust into the heart of new action sufficiently makes up for it and keeps us in the loop. We're definitely going to see more of these specials in the near future, but as a first attempt, it's a solid start that prepares our cast for the next few. Generally, Jake Season 1 is not something I'd imagine getting thought of willingly by anyone but the parents of stalwart fans, but it tries to make the ride smooth for anyone who does so. It's definitely the type of show that prioritizes its main audience's sense of adventure over everything else, but I appreciate that they didn't leave anyone older in the dust, especially with their character interactions. Getting to watch this season a few episodes a day gave me a clear idea of the structure while also allowing me to be immersed in its relational offerings. I think if I killed half a season in a single day, I'd start to burn out. It's not terribly bingeable, but just enough that you can get the gist of the show. At the very least, the fantastical settings and amazing circumstantial animations give you something good to look at. It would be remiss to deny that the main dynamics are probably too soft and non-threatening for many, but if you can appreciate a good domestic non-couple scenario, you might find yourself satisfied with this one. Generally, we're off to a slow and steady start, but there's enough to build on to make another season more appealing to a wider audience, which is exactly where it went. Season 2 follows much in the footsteps of your average next step in narrative evolution. Even for an episodic series, a new season can mean new characters, exciting locations, and amazing new revelations afoot. Indeed, the second season has gifted us a lot of set evolutions in spades, of which the former is probably its greatest strength, but this season also gives you the gift of discovering something we had never seen before: the development of the real main character. I gotta level with you, by far one of the most rewarding parts of this whole experience was getting to see the gradual evolution of the incorrigible Captain Hook. Remember how I said he was essentially a 5-year-old trapped in a Sneaky Snook's petticoat? That assessment turned out to only be half correct. See, Hook's truer, more primal identity does share attributes with your typical kindergartner. He's loud, he's cloying, he's immature, prone to tantrums, and heavily self-involved. He has the vocabulary and the mutilated arm of a grizzled old sea sponge, but in reality, he's no better than your target audience of this program. Now, his shtick early on was quite cut and dry. He was often unsuccessful in scoping out treasure on his own, but often found value in the items Jake and his mateys acquired and took many of them hostage. His incompetence carries forward as each time he's caught, the kids successfully recover the stolen items and even save him after the fact. Then he's left sulking on a looming Jolly Roger as we iris out or fade to black. It's a bare-bones formula that keeps his original characteristic zeal intact, but obviously would get old if not for a few tweaks. The aesthetic and atmospheric changes made to accommodate Season 2's bigger size and scope brought Hook's stagnant shenanigans to their knees. The veritable smorgasbord of new treasures and pirate characters made it a bare necessity that he change a bit. And change he did. He not only gained a wider berth of, well, character, but he basically learned how to unwind. It's a seasonal change, I reckon. Season 1's predilection to stick to their strict formula left scripts feeling a bit stiff and impersonal, whereas adventures are expanded on, and the roster is more chill and receptive to personal self-discovery. The good old formula generally goes untouched. Hook doesn't have to be such a straight stick in the mud. He can have, comparatively speaking, more complex motivations.
It would be refreshing to go to a place where there are no problems and no puny pirates.
Now he's both sides of the 5-year-olds watching. He can be clingy and domineering whilst swiping treasure, but equally so in the midst of having a drag race weaving in between obstacles and the outer paths of a sloping jungle mountain. He can be himself while working to grab a treasure with Jake, while also reining in the profound extremism of his causes with a touch of sly self-awareness. He can yank the preceding plot synopsis with his hook, but it doesn't mean he has to gut it with his shenanigans. What I'm trying to say is that for as unchanged as he appears, Hook is leading the rest of the mains in development. His exploits, while similarly self-absorbed and indicative of his wider flaws, are more loose and identifiable now. Before, I doubt you could find a way to really feel for him, especially with how repetitive his processes were. Now, he has more simple desires in mind.
Oh, very well.
In many ways, Neverland Pirates truly does emphasize how aimless and lost Captain Hook is without his gravest rival. I think the small crew here really does parallel that larger one from the 50s film. They're hardy, stalwart adventurers that weren't exactly planning to be bogged down by the captain's latest obsession for eons. Yet here they are, X amount of time later, chasing after the same kid. If he can't be a bloodthirsty sea captain, he can at least be a lovable scamp. I mean, he has the most vanilla desires ever. He wants a good meal, a tight ship, his loyal crew. He rants and raves about treasure, but honestly, the adventures he's party to is probably doing more for him than any artifact he fails to collect. One attribute in particular is probably the closest thing Hook has to a real treasure. His personal affections.
Thunder and lightning! All hands on deck! It's Red Jessica's ship, the Rose!
Unlike most of the newer characters, Red Jessica had a rather abrupt introduction. It wasn't even brought in by the Bucky Pirates. Her first meeting was due with Hook. Nonetheless, it's obvious that ever since then, her fiery presence has had an impact on this sickly snook. Of all things, the captain wouldn't even swoon over prospective treasure like he has over her. He may have thirsted for glitz and glamour in the past, but he truly desired a connection with this woman. And who wouldn't, to be honest? She seems like the life of the party.
I'll simply swing across. As long as there's a vine, I'll be fine.
The fact that she not only allowed Hook into her life, but continued to hang around has to be a mark of true achievement. In her visage, it literally don't matter. Any date without the puny pirates is a win in our books. It's a tender courtship, but one served well under the show's mandate to literally do right by its central characters. It's really gratifying to see him get wrapped up in someone who takes an interest in him for him. His attempts to please her don't make him a perfect person by any means, but it certainly has had its impact on him for the better.
Shiver me timbers! Hook is actually helping someone besides himself.
Wow, he's finally doing the right thing.
In a more general sense, the news stories are dovetailed with an expanding cast of secondary characters. Whether set further into the briny never-see waters or into the sandy abyss that is the Never Desert, there's a character to represent every region. The casting department has confused me for a collective few hours with some of these choices that they made. Not to say they're unwelcome, but they're pretty strange. The energetic and kind Red Jessica is voiced by the mom from Malcolm in the Middle. Hilarious, and while not a reflection of what she could take on, her portrayal was pretty sincere. A standout for the rest of the series, notorious sand pirate Captain Flynn now shares a voice with that one comic shop guy from Fanboy and Chum Chum. His register is quite gravelly, but he's a staunch ally to the Sea Pups after they assist him in the aftermath of a sandstorm. As if it was needed, Captain Hook gains 2 more main enemies for his trouble. A sneakily beaked captain even more snookish than he, and his own mother.
Mama Hook is here.
Indeed, while Mama Hook does not get top billing as a new protagonist, her occasional appearance is practically paramount to Hook's development. This man is learning how to cut loose and be more appreciative, but the series questions whether or not he can really live up to the standards set by his successful pirate captain of a mum. Her appearances do usually pertain to her son's well-being quite directly, and he does end up learning something in the midst of her visits. He's a mama's boy through and through, but he's still a lousy pirate by definition of old and new Neverland canon. He's not consistently virtuous enough to please her, and not ruthless or cunning enough to sniff out and procure treasure without help from the Neverland Pirates. She's not too hard on him for his failings, and instead tries to reshape him into a better pirate. It's fascinating how these characters started to weigh on the one-handed wonder. He certainly hasn't lost track of his treasure-seeking lust, but he's learned to appreciate the finer things in life. He starts to see value in his crew, his life, and even the puny pirates he lives in the shadow of. I almost see parallels to the dueling interests that Peter takes on throughout the story. Quite unexpectedly, they can affect these guys in ways you wouldn't think. So while the title character still takes the reins of his own show, there's ample room for other characters to strut their own stuff. For what it's worth, they can be pretty entertaining when bouncing off of Hook or the other secondary leads. That's not to say the main characters don't get their glory too. Quite the contrary, actually. A lot of them do get fleshed out to a degree in which you can recognize some real development in there. Out of the main 8, I'd say that about 6 of them got significant time to shine. Not only through their various interests and new experiences and titles, but through elements built on in the past season. As emphasized previously, there is a subtle binding that occurs when you give these characters their small victories. Cubby, being the youngest of the group and the most timid, got a chance to master the desert sands as an official sand pirate and lead the crab army fortifying their treasure against sneaky snookery. It was good to see him get thrust into leadership roles more. It's evident that he's an independent pirate, but occasionally he still needs a gentle nudge in the right direction. These episodes not only reassured him that his mateys will always be by his side, but that when the tide's right, he can easily take the reins and lead a team to victory. It's a lesson that's important to take for free, especially since Jake is so capable. And speaking of which, I don't remember him having much to do here. I mean, other than being the smart and encouraging leader, he doesn't get to physically influence the course of the story here. The responsibility more so falls on his de facto right-hand pirate Izzy, who, while not heavily contesting the weight of Jake's leadership, finds ways to become more distinguished among the Neverland crew. Though admittedly, the way she'd go about earning her stripes makes it feel like she could easily outclass her captain in a duel or something. Usually in a group of characters like the main trio, the growth of everyone is, if present, usually secondary to the gains made by their leader. It would have been pretty easy to get away with here, but most everyone gets some strong development. Meanwhile, Scully's mainly just a means to an end. He has his moments, but even in the Skybird adventures, he just feels like a way to justify its presence to the story. It's an interesting stance because typically writers try to avoid the comedic animal sidekick from having a tangible effect on the story, which is wild because in context of this show, Scully might as well be human. His crew sees him as just another member of the flock, and he's just like them. Even in a more shepherdly position, he's closer to a true Neverland pirate than anything else. Despite the series continuing to be an episodic comedy, the writing team has figured out a cool workaround to give bigger events more depth. Towards the end of Season 1 onward, certain special episodes would carry a theme throughout 2 segments. Neither story was necessarily connected, and if you chose to consume them as separate stories, you totally could do that. That said, if you watch them back to back, they'd function as 2 halves of a whole event. If you don't want to write one big Halloween special, but you also want to provide more roughage, then just write 2 smaller episodes. It's a tactic that carries more tangible change in this season, wherein some half hours act as 2 sides of the same coin. Jumping off directly from the single hour-long special to serve as the previous finale, the next season hosts 2 hours, along with a stray half-hour story. The season got ample opportunity to seize upon its growing cast of characters. These guys not only got put into the new stories, but the stories surrounding them turned out to be primo development for the returning mains. As biased as I am, I think some of them have to be some of the best of the whole bunch. So understand that neither big special intended to pull any punches here. Jake Saves Bucky is your average rousing hour-long preschool adventure with bigger stakes and more dramatic crescendos. They have the opportunity to go as far as they do in expansive settings as they do in the narrative, but this time, the cast is pared down to our typical main characters with the exception of Peter Pan's surprise appearance in the 3rd act and a plot-mandated dragon. Trust me, it makes more sense in context. In this special, Hook finds a scroll detailing an excerpt from the Neverland Pirate Code, speaking of an indelibly delicious chance to take the wind out of the Sea Pup's sails. It's a big gamble with a pretty big payoff. The most surprising gamble being that the little tricks and sneak peeks of snookery actually put Team Bucky far enough behind to lose the damn race. So they summon Peter Pan to help them get their first mate back. In contrast to the last special, this one has a bit more of a lively pace, and it feels more in line with an event of its ilk. It's a musical, and it liberally sprinkles numbers for each crew to sing all throughout. I think of the sense of atmosphere this one has. Even when it's shoving some angsty hornswoggle down your gullet, you can identify with it a bit better. This is more of a quest you can get behind. We've been seeing this ship kick pirate booty and take names for 2 seasons. Even if he doesn't speak, we do sense a true connection between the ship and those who steer him. As action-packed as it may be, the real draw is supposed to be the appeal to keep the Bucky crew anchored. This is one of the very few times we get to see Jake actually dejected and defeated. And to be honest, it's something you can feel for. This is an emotional journey above all else, and it doesn't have to pull out many stops to justify itself. In comparison, Jake's Neverland rescue feels much more like conventional fare. It's a bit confusing, but basically Jake is tasked with saving Neverland once the golden tree beneath holding its magic starts to lose its leaves, and a mysterious stranger sends him on a quest to bring the tree back to its former glory, while the other mateys go kick rocks or something, and Captain Hook tries to dig up their island for treasure. It's very deep, I promise. The special almost feels like it's shoehorning him in, to be honest. It doesn't have to show up exactly. Hook can do bad all by himself, thank you. He doesn't need to share the space. In fact, many of the other things going on didn't exactly need to be juggled here either. I think the Chosen One narrative kind of undermines the whole team dynamic they have going on. Izzy, Cubby, and Scully are all Peter Pan fans to the max, but they uphold Jake as the most worthy of doing this quest because... potatoes? Jake acknowledges his gut feeling to stay behind with his mateys, but they just give up their tool like they're nothing and let him go on this amazing journey without them. It was also at this point that I realized proclaiming certain episodes in movies as musicals was aggressively pointless. The only thing notable is how Cameron Boyce came out for scalps in this particular film. Colin Ford held his own well down in the last outing, even as he was decidedly aging out of his role, but taking full advantage of Boyce allowed the songwriters to absolutely clap back. As much as the Bucky movie didn't need any more of a grand feeling to it, I feel like the effort was wasted here since the movie doesn't come to as much of a payoff. The setting is more in line with those live stage show tours than anything. Not the most impressive narrative outing, but I'd be lying if I said I was watching this show for the plot anyway. In any event, I think Hook's development spelled out the beginning of the show's evolution. Not only did the new season being of a faster pace and of more complex adventures bring a lot to the table, but it was the turning point where depth would start to be built into the existing cast. This is only a chunk of Neverland, and a small section of that, but that doesn't mean the adventures have to stay small either. The new songs are still pretty good and set the atmosphere pretty well. The Neverland Pirate Band typically does a pretty good job shaking it up and working with the other genres and styles. Pirate rock is the prevailing theme here, but we get a lot of good sea shanties and sea swinging lounge tracks. Some of the tracks introduced this season would actually make for adequate listening material outside the scope of the show. It's a crime the creditless music videos never got released in high quality. They would have made for good extras in the iTunes versions or something. As we've established, Mercury Filmworks' involvement with the show is an easy opportunity for the series to throw its weight around in the visual department. And despite the complex background and compositional design, as well as the silky smooth special effects, the character animation was a bit too stiff for a realm as fun and fancy-free as this one. In Season 2, those were amped up a bit more through these controlled bursts of flowy character movement. Nowadays, it's not just Jake and Hook that get to hog all the glorious movement arcs. The complexity of the 3D props composited in also got a bump in quality, but generally speaking, it's a lot of the same oddly lit cel-shaded props that stick out like sore thumbs. The possible foibles and clunkiness found at points was significantly smoothed out, partially because of the greater resources at disposal, but also because the team seemed to have worked out what their design philosophy is, and pull it off with an energetic seal. It's much more unlikely you'll come across a short shot of a static character model slapped onto a 3D object, and more likely they'll just elegantly shift in 2D as nature intended. It's funny because for all the glorious cartoony slapstick that benefits the character building done, there's still moments where it seemed like they were victims of a visual problem-solving cap, like the semi-occasional scene where Scully will continue to hover while only flapping one wing, or the over-enthusiastic bouncing in a feather or a tuft of hair. I guess I can skirt by on it. This is Neverland after all. A land where nothing ages, except, ironically, the voices of our younger protagonists. I don't anticipate talking much about the voice acting, but in this season, it's one bit we have to discuss. As you can tell, the main three pirate kids are not voiced by middle-aged women doing impressions of young children. All three of the works we're set on covering today featured child stars, some of which we gotta expand on a bit later. For the purposes of this part, just know that there was nothing extraordinary about most of their work. I'm sure I'm not the only one who'd like to gush about the game plan, but I've got bigger codfish to fry today. This is the first set of kids that voiced the Neverland Pirates, and their work was iconically done together up until midway season 2, where Jake mainstay Colin Ford was replaced with the younger sounding counterpart. It was really weird watching hours of what would technically be considered Cameron voice content. I can't help but feel like by now he would have earned an EGOT or something, and this was the adequate prep work for it. He really did put his all into playing Jake, and yet it didn't quite hit initially. See, the magic of cross-integration made it a practical guarantee that he would take the reins when he did, and he wasn't really a bad choice, but I think he was too young when he got into the character. Jake himself has always had a more chill atmosphere to him. He was an energetic, lively pirate, but he knew how to tone it down to different parts. And Cam just hypes Jake up for every single scene, albeit perhaps unintentionally so. It works well enough for promo material, but not so much in a fully realized script, at least early on, especially with all the twists and turns they send this kid on this season. He came into his own by early season 3, but of course by then, he too was quickly on his way out. The way the episodes are ordered killed any kind of smooth transition from one actor to the next. It's a problem consistent with the whole series for all three of the mains. Obviously, we don't have our own hands on any production codes or any definitive order. The season, as I saw it, seemed to be jumbled up by Wikipedia's count. That said, it seems like segments were thrown together haphazardly, which is pretty jarring when you have episodes like these smashed together. I feel like it was easier to disassociate with the action on screen if it felt like there was a big chronological tell to it. So with season 2 grabbing some more wind in its sails, it was off to the races with a more high-flying sense of adventure for the Bucky crew and its allies. As I stated previously, Captain Hook got a lot more time to shine here, as did the secondary characters, which really helped fill the season out. By this point, even new voice actors had thoroughly settled into these characters and made them feel lived in. This is a warm, lush getaway, wild adventures and all, so it stands to reason that the next batch of pirate adventures could only stand to extend the fun a little bit longer. So Season 3 doesn't provide much of a shift visually or ideologically speaking, but structurally a lot of things tended to ebb and flow. Naturally, you'd assume the crew had gotten a hang of the world they're building up, and thusly, they're just adding stuff on. And you'd be half right to assume that. I had a hard time sitting through the full season in the time I had to finish it. I ended up playing catch-up in periods between where I was watching the other two subjects. I wouldn't say there was a functional problem with this batch, but upon self-reflection, a lot of the stories tended to blur together. See, the reason the season previous was a surprising highlight had to be due to its proclivity to elevate its characters above everything else. It seemed like a really common thing nowadays, and you might not find it too revolutionary a trait. It's an attribute you'd have to see in action to fully understand how it delights. It really has a tangible impact on how you consume these worlds. Season 3 starts to commoditize its premise more than anything. This is a pirate show where we should do some pirate things. Now that we've discovered the treasure of the journey and the friends you make along the way, it's time to hunt down the real goods. We're getting down to business to scope out some real pirate booty and subtly prepare us for the next season. They've tapped a lot of environments introduced previously to make for familiar adventures like madcap races and fetch quests for Mama Hook. The marked difference comes with character utilization. Whereas the character interactions took center stage even amidst more epic stories before, in the new season it feels like the settings and story beats are trying to substitute for many standout character moments. I feel like by now the writers and producers really had a concrete sense of who everyone was, so by this point perhaps they tried to expand upon the world building to match the sense of development we got with the characters. It's the same business as usual, except this time it feels like it's missing something special. We still got a lot of golden moments and entertaining scenarios, but the power of heart does not reflect as strongly as it did before. I know it's entirely subjective, you won't exactly know until you know. It's just interesting that, in comparison to how cinematic these stories can be now, the emotional payoff happens to be a bit less fortuitous. Generally, everything feels a bit off, and it's not as high a height as reached last season, but the rest of the season plays out pretty normally. Tapping into its by then sizable arsenal of secondary characters, it was able to give Neverland a more grand sense of scale than previous episodes. At least in spirit, you could feel like these missions were more than a day trip out of Pirate Island. In this case, the background design really gets to flex its muscles. Mercury had already done such a stunning job at bringing the environments to life, especially in their SFX work. But here, they were truly challenged. Whether it was a sail wagon chase across the Neverland Desert or a lofty trip to Skybird Island or even a deep-sea plunge into mermaid territory, the visuals never failed to set the mood accordingly. To fit in with the expanded settings, most if not all the episodes have modified their tone and priorities. Plenty of the episodes, such as my first dive-in, probably wouldn't be out of place on an old-school Saturday morning lineup. Whereas seasons 1 and 2 weren't shy about forcing a conflict through Hook or other proxies, season 3 often let stuff happen just for the sake of it.
Flippity, slippity, sloppin', slappin', turn this crab tin into a captain!
That's it?
There is no reason why the writers decided to redo Muppet Babies before their paymasters did, but they did it anyway. Getting cemented into true adventure is season 3's only plan. Otherwise, it rattles about quite aimlessly. With each passing episode, perhaps a roll call or a callback to the gold doubloons gets left out more frequently. Jake and Hook's interactions are more direct and to the point. The lad even starts assuming the worst of his pirate comrade.
Just a few questions, Captain. Did you swipe our team treasure chest?
Me? I would never.
It's the little things that imprint on you. Hook, for his salt, is still his snookish self, albeit with the softer side exposed in the previous season. It doesn't mean they don't get their proper quota of episodes out of him, though. One episode, he's being given the Christmas Carol crash course on character ethics, and the next, he's forced himself to save his manic Swiss Army knife of an invention instead of a chest rife full of treasure. Many of these episodes read and move more like Scooby-Doo premises than Neverland adventures. Even in the wake of establishing its own distinctive feel, it's not automatically a bad move. As far as experimental storytelling goes, this one does pretty well. The second segment of the first episode is an actual mystery story about the kids trying to figure out who stole their team treasure chest, and it's not a gripping entry into the Sherlock Holmes canon, but it's enjoyable enough. I think as far as episodic comedies go, this season has the most in common with its animated contemporaries for general audiences. So if you were planning to pop on Ollie's Pack or Big City Greens after a long day, this one might actually scratch the itch, especially if you're not privy to the context of the characters and the continuity. It certainly didn't grip me like what came before, but it's not down and out just because it fails to tug at your heartstrings. I kind of went in anticipating this season being the funniest. Even though there's more to take out of context, there's less for me to riff on since I didn't get as invested. Even the specials were more or less a piss take. Good piss takes, but piss takes nonetheless. The few specials doled out this time around were a handful of half hours and two 40-minute endeavors. Battle for the Book is another rousing tale that throws the darlings of the original lore into the full fray of the Neverland Pirates mythos. While the catalyst of which is pretty childish, the whole thing sets the stage for a more cinematic and adventurous outing. The first musical number of the tale was actually pretty hype. If you saw the sequel like I did, I think you'd get enough out of it as a pretty decent follow-up to the darling lore there. In general, it seems like it's a good balance of epic and entertaining. I think the jump back and forth from London necessitated this one to have better composition, which certainly shows. Meanwhile, the Never Sea Conquest is the season finale and, functionally speaking, the end of Jake and the Neverland Pirates as we know it. It's the epic transition from being a preschool series about pirates to a pirate series fit for preschool kids. The modest push to integrate alternate settings beyond Pirate Island and transition the focus of the series ultimately comes to a head here. The adventure is centered around old, legendary villain, the infamous Lord Fathom, and his attempt to take over the Never Seas after Hook accidentally frees him from his watery prison. He tries to unleash a three-headed sea beast to keep everything in line, along with a powerful gem to secure his takeover. Jake rounds up all the nearby pirate captains to try to stop him, only to get utterly thrashed in the process. So in the midst of defeat, a rousing speech reveals the true depths of the kid's will and how it shall aid him on their quest. In the face of his bravery and heroism, he unintentionally raises the mighty Colossus, the seafaring ship of the captain who previously defeated the Strake. He gets some sick threads and becomes, by unanimous vote and with the heart of the cards in his hand, an official pirate captain. So together, the newly christened captain and his mates set off to take on Lord Fathom again. Except this time, he's got the Strake in tow. They all put up a valiant effort to ward them off, but what ultimately tips the scales in their favor is a legendary pep talk from the soul of King Neptune himself to designate Jake as the chosen one he's been built up to be. He sends the Strake back into the depths of the sea and takes away the magic gem fueling Fathom's wrath. A bit more camera mugging and self-indulgent hero worship later, the day is saved, and the kid we've been following for 3 seasons is officially a pirate captain with a new boat, some new threads, and a wealth of clout thanks to his renowned challenges. The final scene of it all possibly sets up the return of Fathom later on, but being the end of the season as well as a pretty naturally appealing bookend for the show anyway, so it lies in wait as a potential plot point later on. So there's a juxtaposition to be made between the more meandering portion of the season rather than the last hurrah, which thrusts upon us a greater level of storytelling and finality. For a series that made its mission of showcasing good pirates into its better strength, it's an odd feeling to be handed this conclusion and being expected to just roll with it. I can definitely understand the motivation. I mean, surely after spending all this time with these characters, you'd aspire for them to reach greater heights. The world of pirates can be as wide and vast as the creator would like. The adventures one can have in the open sea are as limitless as the species of fish in the water. The team did well to integrate us into the larger parts of Neverland. Their approach was solid, but I think, philosophically speaking, it just doesn't abide by the setup of the previous episodes. It's an adjustment for sure, one of which the boundaries are ultimately tested in the 4th and final season, officially christened as Captain Jake and the Neverland Pirates. Most of your time spent with this show up to this point was dedicated towards boring the pirate code so far into your head that your grandkids will be able to recite it by heart. The real pirates are no less virtuous and morally led than the Knights of the Round Table or the Lions of Voltron, I don't know. In a way, as cheesy and overly moderated as it could make a story, it made for a more interesting dynamic. The writers and audience were challenged to understand a reality not often depicted, but was very much out there. It's not in keeping to uphold the perceived facade, but of not only the good pirate, but the advent of a non-threatening and accessible Neverland. even a lofty task as a preschool program could have, this show ran with it in style. The new season, while establishing this off the base of everything worked up to prior, throws all of this out the window to live the spirit of real pirates. With swordplay and vast treasures, it can cajole you back into the same world with the same characters and settings, while clearly offering none of that in return. I wouldn't call this new tack generic, but as it turns out, I had a slightly harder time believing this reality than I did the previous. You're seeing these characters grow and evolve into a baser element of another concept entirely. Neverland Pirates graduated from a high concept 2 to 5-year-old program into a pretty cut and dry 4 to 8-year-old program. And while I couldn't be prouder on paper, I still have my reservations. The show, under its new header, basically falls in line with the most rudimentary aspects of a 6 to 11 action-adventure comedy. We're still not allowed to observe direct hits and certain rough impacts, but hey, swordplay is not really deemed an imitable act for this age demographic, so we can have as much of that as we want. The bad guys are more threatening, the environments are creepier, and the stories have a more cinematic score. There's no more questions to be asking, just steep demands and just rewards. It reads like a Saturday morning cartoon with approximately the same budget. In that vein, need I mention the new animation? See, sometime around the season 3 and 4 margin, Mercury Filmworks seemed to have been swapped with too many Disney TV projects and not nearly enough time. Jake was even more of an afterthought than it would be already, but in the midst of needing to produce a new junior entry we'll cover in the next part, along with Starverse's Tangled the Animated Series, Wander Over Yonder, and Pen Zero Part-Time Hero, they only walked away next time doing 2. So this, along with even more prolific properties, were sent packing. The basic methodology was to keep aboard the high-priority projects with more complex styles to master. And while Jake, especially at this point, sported a pretty complex look, its 4th and final season was perceived as merely a blip on the radar for the brand. Thus, its production was shipped out to Bardell Entertainment in Canada and Toon City in the Philippines for the rest of its time. It was still animated in Toon Boom Harmony, but the rigs, models, and animations were way less sophisticated, to put it lightly. I could go on for a while about this season's animation. I'm not necessarily so disappointed in it, but I'm a bit surprised without being so, really. This was like the final frontier, where the main glut of writers got to expand this world, and they could do basically whatever they wanted. They got away with more in one big episode than they could in one whole previous season. It's chock full of monster battles, immersive settings, and real fights that would more aptly utilize the great animation given to it. Yet, even with the studio move, they weren't given enough time or money to make this look better. It's funny because even as the last season, it really didn't have to be. Disney, having harnessed Jake's pure marketing power as long as they had by this point, could have gone with the Paw Patrol method and kept progressively scaling up the action to make for more toys. As brilliant as it could have been financially, they essentially gave up on the Captain before it was really over. So in Captain Jake, there's 2 styles of animation you could get. You can have the barest minimum movement possible, or you can have a bit of a faster shift in movement. Neither are very great, but you'll notice a slight differentiation as time goes on. It's amazing to see what kinds of episodes were given to the more expressive animation style. Even at this point in time, there are stories you have to question were really worth splurging on, visually speaking anyway. Embedding the latter were the Toon City cuts, but interestingly enough, they categorized their work on Jake as cutout animation. Granted, if you look at their work on Starverses, which also falls under the same distinction, you find it to be a hardly passable imitation of Mercury's bombastic work on it. Both studios had scant moments of fluidity, but generally, it's a tough adjustment after having been spoiled for 3 seasons. The characters are more or less an extension of what the previous set them up to be. I say this time that Jake and crew are more like conventional action-adventure leads, Jake is certainly more aggressive in the heat of the moment, opening him up to many opportunities for a good sword fight. He travels to some bizarre locations to right some wrongs or help some mateys. There's still a light premise here or there, but this batch is way more focused on showcasing the dangerous places one may go to rather than the ones who are exploring them. As such, we've also got an updated scoring style to match. The original composers were still on board to score and write the songs, but everything's been updated to fit the hard rock aesthetic this series so desperately craves. The theme was once again updated accordingly, and while carrying a more cinematic score as well, the track list is less varied than before. As such, every end credits now features one static rendition of the track the team uses to gear up to. It's more tight and uniform now. Its sense lost the vibe of listlessly gallivanting around Neverland. Nothing the likes of all coconuts could ever come out of this era. The background and new character designs are pretty serviceable. I suppose they fit well enough into the world. I'm just thrown off by how jerkily they move. I do admire the proclivity to stick to complex creatures and characters, though. I'm sure the idea of a studio switch didn't slow anyone down, but they threw their all into bringing everything new and old to life. Everything kind of blends together, and while I can't pin any specific landmark or new creature that's really notable in the visual style, I can at least say that the general visuals match the darker tone they were trying to set. The last few episodes are pretty mixed bag, emblematic of the variable nature of Season 4. It's a good old Saturday morning cartoon right up to the very last hurrah. Captain Hook's Last Stand is the 20th and final half hour to the Neverland Pirates' 4th iteration. The crew arrive on the beach along with the Darlings for another visit from Peter Pan, and he brings a magical rock with him that turns the user and anything they just point at into stone. Captain Hook, in an act of well-timed foolishness, decides to commandeer the Doomstone, turn the boy who never grows up into stone, and chase the kids all around the island. They manage to hide him away while they look for a cure. With a literally stone-hearted captain in hot pursuit, it is a bit more of a gamble. This special would be fairly edgy by the series standards, if not for it being the closer to the 4th and final season. It's fine, but ironically, the earlier specials felt like they had more of a definitive or tonally striking ending to the show, even if there was more in store here. Throughout the season, no matter how threatening the beast of burden, there was a veil of banter or light slapstick keeping it from turning into a frontrunner for Zombie Island sequel. If you think about it, even if it wasn't aiming for anything more scary or grand in scale, the earlier episodes knew how to bring adequate suspense, if need be. Even in its silliest escapades, they managed to bring these conflicts down and make them stick out as real troubles, even becoming glaringly obvious when a story about turning Peter Pan to stone doesn't come with more gravitas. The ending number it lands on compounds the paper-thin suspense it may bring one. It's a bittersweet note to end on, but so is that pirate life. They'll leave you loose, reeling on the slack line, and when you least expect it, they yank on the pole, and they gut you like a fish. I'm sure that by now it's pretty evident to you that Jake and the Neverland Pirates was a dominant part of the Disney Junior lineup. I mean, all three of these are obviously pretty important, but speaking of the brand's first original program and its first breakout success, it's difficult to fully encapsulate. Remember, even when hopping on the network since the channel's premiere, I was decidedly out of age range for any of these shows anyway. Any real grasp of the show or its influence was discovered mainly while researching for this project. It's plain to see that Jake yesterday was what Paw Patrol is today. It's a bastion of a franchise for young kids to sink their teeth into, that and an enormity of toys, books, games, movies, music, and other related merchandise. One of the latter, the music, I can imagine was sprung on quite heavily during development. Considering how far back Disney got in packaging the audio stylings of Phineas and Ferb before and during Jake's heyday, obviously they had a good idea of how far they could go peddling a pirate's plunder worth of tunes. They'd even successfully managed an existing kids band library before through the Imagination Movers. Since the musical element was such a big part of the show, this was a rather easy undertaking. For each season worth of sea shanties, Disney produced a full album for the collection, which included plenty of extended tracks. I'd only discovered them circumstantially. They came with my footage, but I'd only come to discover their significance after sitting through a tremendous amount of end-credit musical numbers. It's a nice memento of all the hard work put in, especially since they never released any of these music videos without credits or even in their native widescreen formats. Some of the special numbers were included in some of the network's DJ Shuffle collections. emceed by none other than Perry Grip, this campaign seized more tracks from some of Junior's best performing franchises. In the albums proper, they mostly just repackaged a few tracks, but for the second, they actually included some tracks from the Battle of the Book special, which was a bit of an unexpected surprise. By the time these compilations came out, Jake was decidedly past its heyday, if not rapidly approaching such a threshold. It was not in bad company, especially with still trucking juggernauts like Doc McStuffins to accompany it, but it had a shorter lifespan than quite a few mainstays, despite its relatively long 6 pirate summers sailing. So a lot of its time was spent like an explosive flashbang of engagement. It was around for what felt like no time at all, but the time it was here, they made the most of it. Jake, along with a few other Disney Junior associates, got sufficient time in the Disney parks as well. Being one of the most popular in their arsenal, Disney Junior utilized the main characters in its rebrand of the artist previously known as Playhouse Disney Live, a multimedia live show featuring puppet versions of the most in-demand casts the brand had to offer. Jake himself was also found roaming around Hollywood studios from time to time. Of course, the enterprising captain had been featured in countless promotions and whatnot, but only one really sticks out to me as a sign of his multifaceted appeal. This is a sequence from Jake and Sofia's Pirate and Princess Adventure, a live-action promotion part of a larger project, the Pirate and Princess Summer Event. This was a multi-year phenomena where the aforementioned factions were part of marathons, PSAs, games, and even a whole-ass live stage show tour. I'm sure that by now it's pretty evident to you that Jake and the Neverland Pirates was a dominant part of the Disney Junior lineup. I mean, all 3 of these are obviously pretty important, but speaking of the brand's first original program and its first breakout success, it's difficult to fully encapsulate. Remember, even when hopping on the network since the channel's premiere, I was decidedly out of age range for any of these shows anyway, as we'll come to discover soon enough. Honestly, you'd have enough material to fashion one of those 20-minute videos talking about another weird show from your childhood, but I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. This event launched on TV and was wrapped around such noble principles as the power of doing good and being yourself, and such promos would ask the participants at home to pick a side and do good deeds all summer long, encouraging them to with their 2 favorite characters. Isn't that great? New episodes would be shown every Friday to string them along. Then to cap it off, they sent them on tour in full bodysuits with more naturalistic attire to perform a show built on this concept. I can't even really tell what's going on. I think I'm just grateful that whichever child had to see these on any given day wasn't left with the mental scarring capable of something like the Phineas and Ferb live show. I had to sit through that one. It wasn't pretty. I could go on for a while as to what treasures lie below the deep. There's a veritable smorgasbord of stuff to rediscover, but I think you've got the gist of it. For as deceptively simple a series as this one, there's so many dimensions to its appeal and how it was capitalized upon. It kind of masks how layered the source material was. I'm sure you wouldn't care as the parent of a young pirate pup yourself, because I'm sure all the songs and rituals seep into your collective consciousness, regardless of whether or not it was part of impactful storytelling. I wouldn't necessarily say all the merch cheapened the experience either. I mean, Disney made this to be this way top down. I could throw solid gold bars at it all day, but I doubt anybody has or will see this as esoteric or visually striking as something like, I don't know, Over the Garden Wall. And why would you need to? It's just a plain fun product, something that was perhaps the only defining thread between every strand of marketing. In conclusion, Jake and the Neverland Pirates is a pleasantly unassuming series. It starts off at a slow and methodical pace, but quickly times itself to a beat of its own drum. With fantastic animation, zany writing, and unexpectedly strong character interaction, it manages to blend the best of the new and old masters in one nice little package. Moreover, the Neverland Pirates mythos is a pretty solid entry into Disney's Peter Pan canon. It's a series that really does encapsulate what it means to learn and change while never really growing up, which is an important attribute to remember as we forge ahead into part 2.
Coming up, it's the Lion Guard.
So Disney's fundamental foundation lies in crafting the ideal legacy, and there's perhaps no greater franchise that exemplifies that than The Lion King. Released in the wayward year of 1994 and developed for eons prior, it's widely considered to be one of the top dogs in all of animation. Visually, musically, narratively, emotionally, structurally, characteristically, it ticks all the right boxes. Even after Frozen stole its designation of highest grossing animated feature, it's still been regarded by many to be of higher quality and generally to be a cut above the rest of Disney animated canon and set a forthright example for the rest of the medium. Being a cornerstone of the ethereal Disney Renaissance period, it's considered to be Disney feature animation's first original story, a legacy that, despite ushering in other more original works of its ilk, still holds up as their strongest by far. Even in the context of the absolute megalodon its parent company is today, it illuminates many of animation's best qualities and continues to inspire artists to this very day. In a sense, it also highlights why we might not reach those same peaks in current year. Lion King spoke to a lot of balance in everything we do and how it carries our histories forward. The circle of life depends on everyone's mutual respect for each other and their environment, and in many ways, while straddling the border of a lawful alignment, the Walt Disney Company is probably not seen as a balanced entity, creatively speaking. Its more recent trend of dividing, conquering, and acquiring is ramped up full scale within the late 2000s and 2010s, a trend that has resulted in numerous reboots, spin-offs, and new adaptations that succeed quite variably. It's a principle that Disney Junior itself was built upon, albeit in a more subtle manner. Everything from AAA superhero epics to the massive continuations of acquired IPs to the live-action remakes of films from the animated canon, the atmosphere they've helped to create is as financially advantageous as it is ideologically contentious. This is not to say Disney Feature has not been busy innovating. In the CG era, they've been able to produce several new classics in their own right, without the help of their other heavyweight animation studio, Pixar. In fact, many inside and out of animation spheres would consider this time to be a new silver age of the studio. But even in the wake of those works emerging, the looming presence of one type of film continues to be a blight upon animation fan communities and beyond. The live-action adaptation. Their prevalence has been escalated with increasing certainty within the last 5 years or so, and they've been around for much longer than we think. The modern Disney remake is the most pervasive in thought and other media. The premise is simple. Take an existing entity in the Disney canon, updated with extensive CGI and big celebrities of our time, give it a Marvel movie budget, and profit. It started with less successful entities like Pete's Dragon, or more complex characters like Maleficent, and extends onward directly onto the official princess line and the Renaissance films. With their repeat success, it was only a matter of time until The Lion King got its due. It's funny because for how progressively unhappy certain audiences were with the new movies, the reaction to The Lion King 2019, while being by far the most successful and highly anticipated of all the rest, has also experienced a more concretely negative backlash in the mainstream. Never before this time have we seen more viscerally rejecting an audience, opining before release, nor have we seen such an aggressively mixed critical reaction. It was the talk of the summer, and the hype surrounding would endure for months on end, but today, you don't often hear many talk about it from a reflective standpoint. One would have to wonder what spurred it on. Clearly, Disney was not adapting unloved or unappreciated works for very long, at least. If anything, the more well-known the property, the more money appreciated over time, and an adoring audience with so many memories with the Disney brand will not pass up an opportunity to bask in more media-bound nostalgia. So, why so hostile here? Well, not entirely hostile, but it seemed like there could have been as many die-hard fans and acknowledgement as there were hardcore detractors. Hell, if anything, there was more of a negative critical response left in the aftermath than praise. We rattled on for ages about how bland and forgettable it would be, and yet, we're still making videos about it.
Wow. Dude, Pride rocks. This is literally my child.
This is so stupid.
From that point on, it felt like there was a bit of a tonal shift. Not exactly a full denouncement or a turning of the back to the Disney brand, but a touch more self-awareness. Clearly the genesis of this movie resonated quite explosively with many, just as the original did with many other viewers. I like to think it goes back to it being a fully original IP. If I'm not mistaken, literally every other live-action remake prior was a new spin, a continuation, or a full-on reboot of an old Disney animated film, the majority of which were adaptations of books and plays and many other things. For the high risk the original filmmakers took in crafting it, Lion King paid out in the highest reward they could ever accrue. They gained the newer, found respect of the audience. Where so much flavor and passion was felt in the original film was recontextualized and muddled in this new work. And it shows itself much more strongly because, unlike the other films, which have been party to reinvention loads of times before, Lion King has stood on its own previously. It was never considered to be remixed. It's thought of as one of the most perfect, most immaculate animated films ever. So even when recreating this film shot for shot, beat for beat, there's a lot that gets lost in translation due to the creative vision of Jon Favreau. There's nothing else to compare it to soften the blow if you mess up, but the franchise also stands to lose a lot more if it does stand as bad. The project itself arguably flies in the face of the original film's message, too. Balance is a key trait of which Disney has a Cheshire Cat's definition. To pure economists, they're shining as a new empire of stability and fortuity, and to staunch creatives, they're crumbling as a fetid, rotten husk of what it once was. Even in the midst of a global pandemic, which arguably flipped those two in opposite directions, the balance of such extremes keeps us curious and keeps us interested. Part of what makes the Lion King's adaptation announcement so wild was because there was perceived to be no other successor in sight. To the general public, despite being at the center of such massive marketing pushes, the characters had yet to be utilized in TV or film for a hot minute. The new film was announced to celebrate the movie's 25th anniversary, but believe it or not, there was a project that ended the year it came out and was announced around its 20th birthday. It's a smaller scale production made for the silver screen, in a section of the company many would be quick to overlook. Though if you asked around at the same time and got some takes on its aim, you'd probably come up with a summation that describes a much more traditional balance that would stack up to its legacy. It does not utilize hyper-realistic CG or a star-studded cast list, in most cases anyway. All it really needed was the prospect of a brand new beginning and the power of the roar.
Now, it's the Lion Guard.
The Lion Guard is the officially chronological continuation to the Lion King franchise, the successor in line after the first sequel, Simba's Pride, and the second canonical TV series after Timon and Pumbaa. It follows the King of the Pride Land's second-born cub, Kion, who has found himself in a position to become the new leader of the Lion Guard, a squadron of the most skilled animals around to help protect the members of the Pride Lands community and the Circle of Life. A bunch of characters from the first two films return, but it also ushers in a new slew of characters to solidify the tone of the series, like the aforementioned Guard. Kion, destined to be the fiercest around, is joined by Bunga, a little honey badger known as the bravest, Fuli, a young cheetah and the fastest, Beshti, a soft hippo adolescent and the strongest, and, oh no, a knowledgeable egret known as the keenest of sight. Whether through brain, brawn, or something else entirely, they help solve the problems of other animals every day in the process of growing up and learning about themselves. More commonly, there's a pack of hyenas that were currently kicking into the chaos as well, but over time, bigger and greater threats will make themselves known, and it's up to the Lion Guard to set things right. Now, there's no official lore out there determining when, what, and how this idea was spurred into production, though given everything we've hit on in terms of Lion King's significance and what it symbolizes for the company, perhaps it was just high time for these legacy characters to return to the public consciousness outside of park appearances and cheap PSAs. So this Disney Junior series was given everything it could in order to feel as big and grandiose as the first film. Every time it was announced or alluded to prior, Disney did their hype man thing and did their best to give it a sense of scale. It was clearly a different direction for the franchise, but one they wanted to be seen as no more bizarre or weird than any other sequel would be. The nature of being any kind of follow-up to The Lion King was going to stack the odds against it anyway, but on top of that pressure, the fan base came out swinging once they were aware of this discovery.
There. I got a pretty good look at you.
Out of the three series we're tasked with looking at today, this one has the most fandom engagement by far, but not necessarily from fans of the series outright. This one definitely has the glut of YouTube reviews to its name. They not only cover the show itself, but they're usually focused on the hour-long TV movie that served as a proper introduction to the series. They're not typically positive. So right off the bat, I had some internal expectations. As a personal rule, if I find a show I really want to check out, or one that I'm talking about myself, I'd usually try not to seek out anyone else's deeper thoughts, at least in video format, so as not to color my own perception of things. Though I think this time I figured it was worth trying to get a cursory sense of folks' issues with the Lion Guard off the bat, so we can look into them and deconstruct them as we go along. So if we call into the great mighty abyss, what's typically reflected back to me is... plot structure, tonal dissonance, and the magic system. Got it. So as far as expectations go, I'm a bit neutral, honestly. I got excited to see Lion Guard early because the songs drew me in long before I even started to binge it. The show does have a bit more of a transparent magic system to it, but I never felt like the mechanics made it feel hollow. See, the Lion Guard itself is supposed to be capable of neutralizing many threats, but in times of great crisis, Kion has the power to utilize the roar of the elders. Along with his kingly cutie mark acquired when he started the job, the roar allows him to call upon the great lions of the past and utilize their power. Without getting too deep into it yet, it's not an ordinary amplified animal power. It can do much more than what it would be originally intended for. And everything Kion comes to use it for is drawing not only from his inner strength, but the strength of many spirits of great lion leaders. This in particular is a contentious part of the discourse, but we'll delve into it as time goes on. But as of now, I don't really see an issue with it. I even watched a couple episodes prior like I did with Jake, and I really enjoyed myself. Admittedly, I'm not much of a great theorist or a continuity tracker by any means, but I did feel equipped to handle whatever was ahead. Seeing what twists and turns Jake and the Neverland Pirates threw at me kind of helped alert me to potential narrative developments and such. I'm aware of many developments to the Lion Guard timeline and basically spoiled at this point, but I have yet to really see it be executed in full. And by the time I'm done with Season 1, I will have given the original trilogy a rewatch just to give things a fair shake. I can't help but feel like Simba's pride outmanifests this more meticulous, critical part of the Lion King fanbase, but hey, if they turn out to be right, I'm the one that has to debase the show for a few pages. So, let's take a leap of faith and see how the Circle of Life fared here. The series was officially introduced through an hour-long television movie subtitled Return of the Roar. It's the prologue to the main Lion Guard timeline wherein the story of Kion's Lion Guard is laid out and certain elements and characters are reintroduced, chief among them being the adequate bait for the periphery demographics in sight, the re-emergence of Mufasa. Well, part of him anyway.
Hey, Kabisa, are you?
Yes, Kion. I am your grandfather.
Seeing how the whole concept of the roar deals more with mysticism and spirituality than concrete dogma or magic, it would only make sense to give Kion the privilege of having talks with his spirit granddaddy every once in a while. His appearance was a big part of marketing the film, as they were able to get a hold of the illustrious James Earl Jones to reprise his role. In the grand scheme of things, his screen time and, if I'm being honest, general impact in the film was a bit more minimal than expected, but it did set the stage for how the franchise was to balance itself out, characteristically speaking. Like I said before, plenty of old characters returned from the movie canon to ease audiences into the new stories and set a tone. If Rafiki was a shoo-in due to his part in the plot proper, then Timon and Pumbaa had to contribute as well. Half of them were recast by this point, but that doesn't mean they didn't have a presence among the new blood in the Pride Lands. To me, all the major players got pretty strong introductions to them. Members of the Guard, schemers of the Outlands, even one-off NPCs got their time. You can tell each one has a presence to them, and, which ones were just placed there by studio mandate. Visually and structurally, it sets the stage as a proper introduction to the series. There's a lot to be said for how this part of the franchise was advertised before, during, and far into its release cycle, part of which we'll delve a bit deeper into later. You'll start to understand more of Disney's relationship and supposed understanding of one of their key IPs by how they prop up the Disney Junior adaptation. I doubt even Elena of Avalor or Tangled got this treatment. Like, it's cool that it carries a lot of significance and Disney worked hard to establish that, but measured up to other franchises from the channel that could have also used more of a serious push in their campaigns, I don't know. It's almost embarrassing. The amount they tried to make this appeal in a more dignified and mature, grown-up sense is just hilarious. This music video will never not be funny to me. There's a clear disconnect from how Disney thought the show would be seen due to its home network and how they wanted it to be seen as another addition to the Lion King branding, when in reality it's a blissful mix of both worlds, despite what the reviewers may have said. Since this movie is more of the same from the series proper, let's not waste any more time and actually talk about the season. So, the first season of The Lion Guard is much like your traditional first season. It adequately imposes interesting scenarios that entrench you into the world while hyping up the new characters and establishing their basic traits to the audience. It was harder for me to take actual notes while watching this one. While the little moments and bits of dialogue stuck out more significantly in something like Jake, Lion Guard had whole episodes that reflected as notable to me. Their structures are a reflection of the messaging on the characters made for a very compelling but critically abstract viewing experience. The storytelling is obviously a huge part of how I cover this, but of course we've got to discuss other parts of the show before we get lost in some jungle tales. You might have noticed by now, but the animation is pretty significant. Animation faithful Mercury Filmworks has returned to animate this new iteration of The Lion King with the grace and majesty of 900 old men. Better yet, they actually stayed on to animate the series all the way through, a surprising rarity for Disney television animation productions. It's important to mention that Disney's TV animation division is chock full of senior artists and writers from eras long past. This populace is much more prevalent in the junior department, where legacy crew from even the Disney afternoon color the story progression, animation direction, even the color stylings. So it's only natural that not only will this iteration retain an art style conducive to the original work, but take on a studio that can bring out the best of it in the modern age. Obviously, the general style has been rounded out and softened to accommodate the target audience and the new characters that belong to it. Though generally, while the proportions may throw you off a bit, the style has accommodated pretty well. The animation is obviously some of the best work they could have gotten done, considering the vision set forth. The TV movie and de facto pilot to the series Return of the Roar exemplified the best of it. Throughout it and the first season, there's a new song introduced every episode, which is typically where the movement arcs and fluidity get the most notable bump. The only thing they seem to struggle with are the feet. They have their moments of clarity and at times look more functional than not, but there are plenty of times where a walk cycle or a simple gait just look goofy. I mean, by design, quite a few of them are gonna have cartoonish walk cycles and such, but the ones that weren't meant to do that stick out. It must have been a hard balance to achieve, especially since, in the grand scheme of things, a lot of the characters have coconut shells and hockey pucks for paws and such. Never mind the feet of birds or reptilians, I mean, they just look straight up infirmed half the time. In direct opposition, the facial rigs are really nice and well developed. It's not as often you'd find a good extreme, especially from well-established characters, but the few we get are well appreciated. In rare cases, perhaps the occasional shot of the character's face feels a bit stiff, but honestly, the show really excels at topping head scenes with chemistry and faster-paced action. They can build tension in a scene just by showing us how many teeth a character has in its mouth. Special mention should also go towards the FX work, which doesn't stand out to me as much as it did in Jake, but when it's utilized, it always stays in keeping with the tone. I also like the little details applied to the outline. As you can see, they're not usually just a typical black, thick, cartoony outline. The character line work helps contribute to how the lighting stands out, and the rough pencil-like texture it gives off doesn't exactly make this feel like a traditionally animated cartoon, but it is a nice touch. The reason why Mercury is considered to be one of the best is due to their immersive systems. Part of their history and rise is chronicled through its art director, who was able to shed light on this style of animation's first major breakout.
Yeah, so I did that little test, and then the guys at the studio, my boss, really liked, oh my god, looks amazing, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. And then suddenly, in my lap, they gave me this show called Toot and Puddle. Right there.
Right,
that's
yeah, okay, and I know
and
this,
that
yeah.
one, I was the actual director on that show. They said, okay,
Cool.
Christian, you're going to become a director now, and this is your first show you're going to do. And this show was very groundbreaking for a lot of reasons, because this was a show that we had full control over.
Right, oh, okay.
And I really wanted to make sure that it didn't look flash. Yeah, that was the first show we ever experimented with those type of movements. And then that show got a lot of people in the industry, like around the world, oh my god, how did these guys ever done this? Like, and other studios saying, well, our show doesn't have to be flat anymore. There's this one studio in Canada that are doing like this pig show that looks fully animated.
Yeah, so game recognizes game, I guess. It was another little humble adaptation for the little ones that paved the way for such classics like Wander Over Yonder and Tangled the Animated Series to look and feel the ways they did. Small world, huh? The background work is really immersive, especially when we're not just stuck in the Pride Lands. Who knew rocks could look so good? A lot of the inspiration for the background work in Jake came from Mary Blair's drafts for the original Peter Pan films. Here, while there's no named progenitor that serves as direct inspiration, it's evident that the illustrations found a good middle ground in style and articulation that would work for arguably any iteration of the Lion King franchise. Well, almost all of them. Though they won't always have the most fleshed out personalities, there's always a nice dimensionality to the modeling. They're so complex that if you leave a character completely static, even for a small shot, they just look like flat drawings. Some of the bigger animal groupings were rendered in cel-shaded 3D a la the wildebeest scene. What makes their movement design inconspicuous, irregular crowd shots, can make them absolutely mesmerizing in certain musical sequences. Speaking of which, the musicality of the Lion Guard is a big part of its identity. Bo Black was kinda considered the face of the show's music. He was a huge part of the promotional outreach, as he's probably performed Here Comes the Lion Guard an uncountable number of times. He wrote most of the series' songs, while Christopher Willis is attributed to the score. Now, aside from his work on other Disney Junior works, the former kind of came out of nowhere, while the latter has an impressively versatile record. Before working on the Mickey Mouse shorts, he scored Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 2, the 2011 Winnie the Pooh movie, X-Men First Class, Grown Ups, Shrek Forever After, among others. Jokes aside, their work in tandem gave the show a unique sound. A lot of Season 1 songs would usher in a different vibe as to what Afropop would typically encompass, while the score gave even simple scenes a sense of immense regality and gravitas. Each song is supposed to function as an important story beat, and while they're not all of equal significance, or enjoyment for that matter, they put their all into each and every number. The lighter scenes keep it informal, but it's great that the score tempers the show even in its more wacky moments, fueled by its more comical characters. Now, there's something to be said for the strength of the Lion Guard, though not in raw power, but through character chemistry. I catch better dynamic balancing here than I do in much more established character groupings. It's funny because even for a Paw Patrol type setup, there's a couple members that rarely, if ever, get lost in translation. Nick's just starting to integrate the main six in their merch, but only because they got plenty of shit for it. I don't really notice the same issue here. It's something we'll explore closer once we get to the narrative trappings, but since it's so hard to bring the whole messaging home without all the Lion Guard, it'd be difficult to carry out a full story without everyone in attendance. Season 1 did its damnedest to balance the amount of episodes and plots each of the Guard got and how they outlined their main gist. Not only did we come to discover who these guys were through their stories, but we got to see the show's ideological policy laid out and how it influences great stories. Despite the omnipresent Chosen One narrative that permeates the whole tonal vibe, I was genuinely surprised to see the developments with Kion. Typically, leaders in rather cut-and-dry squadron-type assemblies recycle a few of the same traits without much variation or deviation. They're kind and confident and cool-headed above all else. Kion still embodies a lot of those traits, but he also possesses other traits that make him very visibly infallible. He wants to do the right thing by the Pride Lands and his family, and thus conducts himself quite professionally given the circumstances, but he's still not a stiff. He's a kid, like the rest of his friends, and also like the rest of them, he's not always on the ball as he's expected to be. Usually a good heart-to-heart with Spirit Grandfather will put him on the right track, but his mistakes usually lie in being too impulsive or emotional in the moment, which is a perfectly serviceable inner battle to deal with as the leader of a royal battalion. This also comes to a head in Season 2, in a manner which reminds me of how OKKO tackled mental health with its reintroduction of TKO. In other words, it's pretty hype. But to recap, Kion was practically handpicked to be in his position, and despite being a good leader just because he doesn't feel flat or hollow, though admittedly it was his best friend that attracted much of my interest at first. Now here's the thing. Going in, I was fully ready to make 50 to 90% of my jokes relevant to this section of the video about Bunga and only Bunga. I was beyond ready to rag on him fully and openly and honestly as a symptom of the Disney mascot money scheme Olympics and deride his presence as nothing more than premier cash cow fodder, overzealous catchphrases and all. But now, having seen a whole season featuring him, I'm not even sad to leave such prospective roast material behind. I unironically dig this guy. It's really revealing how divisive your perception of one character will be just based on a few scenes worth of difference. I don't think he's an average X with a heart of gold, or however you choose to classify this character type. In fact, he's really the ideal mirror of the target audience, I think. Bunga is obviously a pretty chaotic personality, as one would be in perfect form for a honey badger. Being the bravest means he leaps right into action. He's combative to a degree, and not a master tactician, but he's also friendly, protective, and surprisingly cunning. Honestly, this label as the stupid one is quite idiotic in and of itself. This child is quick-witted but impulsive and makes poor decisions, the consequences which usually roll right off his back. His vibe is a bit unpredictable, but he's energetically lackadaisical more than anything else. His loyalty to his allies and his clever solutions make him a highlight, and as a basic rule of thumb, he's way less annoying than most clips would let on, if you sit and actually watch this show. It is not easy to articulate off the cuff. He's a golden boy and he has his golden moments, but they have to be seen to be believed, honestly, even in tandem with other more contrasting character types. For a character as calming and optimistic as Beshti, he certainly can pack some heat. I'm pretty sure I've used that line before, but it still applies here. Like, aside from all the combat scenarios that required him to literally throw his weight around, he is a king. And yes, I am definitely biased, he's my favorite out of the guard, but the designation is well deserved, I promise. It is really easy for cartoons starring collaborative teams to toss aside the bigger, stronger character as the weaker comic relief, and the logic behind it dictates that giving such characters weaker areas elsewhere automatically make them more balanced and well-rounded. The easiest thing to do is take the piss out of them either by making cracks at their intelligence or their appetite. And there's always exceptions to the rule, and it would be remiss to decry all examples when some evolve to be really great characters, but off the bat, I really appreciate that this character was more, because his developers chose not to take the easy way in. Beshti is cool, calm, and concise. He's the strongest member of the pod, but the Lion Guard values him not only for that, but for his peace of mind. This guy is super compassionate, and as a young hippo in his prime, it would be so easy for him to cast smaller or weaker animals aside. Instead, he is practically the Snow White of the savannah. Beshti gets so many big and little moments to show his good side, and it makes him reflect as a really strong, fortuitous character. He's probably not the leader type, but he's ready to spring into action if needed. His relaxed, more rational demeanor makes him a great foil to others in this group. His placating, earnest nature sets him far, and he makes friends in most, if not all, the animals in the Pride Lands. I mean, he's a mammal of many golden moments, but it's difficult to nail one or two as his best. Early on, his mentorship of a young elephant springs to mind. Apparently, the youngest members of the Pride Lands would roleplay as members of the Guard, and the elephant kid, Matoto, takes on a particular liking to Beshti, and they hit it off pretty well. Even if the former is not exactly ready to take a stand against predators full-time, his older friend takes time to remind him of all the potential he has yet to reach. It helps that the song he busts out is a certified bop, regardless of what it's about. His kindness is not an indicator of weakness, which is an attribute that really does make him the strongest of the group. Now, Fuli is the fiery but fast cheetah adolescent that has no time for games. She's a lot of edge to her without being particularly biting, ideologically speaking. Characteristically, however, she's pretty standoffish from her friends. Her independence is her greatest feature and flaw. She's not exactly a people's person, but her capabilities make it so she doesn't have to be. The show makes it clear that she's willing to get up in someone's face if it's for an important matter, even if it is her leader. In fact, she shares a bit of a power dynamic thing with Kion. In terms of potential, she could easily take over as a second in command, and her behavior says as much. It's easier for her to gallivant with Gazelle, singing about her need to be fast and fancy-free, but not as much to verbalize that to her teammates. She gets better at it, but folks find it hard to see from her perspective in the fast lane. And finally, Ono, as the keenest of sight, is one that only uses his eyes to look around, but his brain to see what's really going on. He's literally the guard's eyes in the sky, and along with his knowledge of animal behavior and traditions, it makes him the team's most prolific scout. As a consequence of his petite stature, he's perhaps the most delicate of the group, so he doesn't get physical very often. It's easy for him to become insecure in his abilities, especially if he can't be around to help his friends. In fact, he's pretty particular about structure, order, and cleanliness even. It's a shoo-in for a creature of his makeup. Despite this, he finds ways to connect to animals much different to himself, which definitely helps him on his missions. Based on how everyone acted, I had rough ages worked out in my head. It seemed like emotionally external characters like Bunga and Ono were on the younger scale, while more emotionally measured Fuli and Beshti were perhaps a bit older, with Kion sat square in the middle. Even among their differences, there's a lot of mutual blending there. By the then general manager of Disney Junior, the Lion Guard was, again, erroneously labeled as Lion King meets Avengers, which is just... If anything, the more accurate comparison would be to Teen Titans. Yeah, we're actually going there. I can kind of see the who's who from here, but in a general sense, there is a strong sense of camaraderie among such different souls. They care for and trust each other, no matter how much they might not align in the moment. They don't always understand each other, but they always try to make it work. This comes to an ultimate head in the future, but for now, how the show chooses to express itself morally gives us a good glimpse as to what that might look like. Part of why I can wax analytical about these characters here for pages and pages probably feels a bit baffling. Obviously, I spoke to the importance of a rousing ensemble cast in the previous part. Here, there's definitely more of a positive emphasis on these starring roles and how they factor into things. The main crew of, Neverland Pirates was not exactly seismically complex characters, but its entertaining, varied rogues gallery made it so that it didn't come as a detriment. I mean, when you're left with no one but the kids and the bird, it takes practically no time at all to realize that the cast is stiffer than Flat Stanley. There's a reason why Captain Hook was thought as the main character throughout development. Sometimes series operate differently as vectors for other characters grow or cause chaos. The character at the center isn't utterly worthless, but many of them function mainly as a door into the great world they blend into. Jake, especially later on, definitely had a bit more presence to him, but he and his mateys didn't sustain a lot more permanent character investment. The Guard's collective qualities make its individuals not only more intriguing as leads, but as a unit as well. In essence, the integrity of these new characters is what the series will hinge on. Like I said earlier, those legacy characters are back in full force, but they're certainly not furthering the plot. Each time Timon and Pumbaa appear, it becomes more painfully transparent that they're just there for the nostalgia factor. I can't pin so much blame. I mean, they've always been just comedic foils, but it makes their scenes much worse when they don't have that concrete character or two to foil, and they're just kind of left to bounce around with the kids. It's really the lifetimes and conflict of our starring quintet that calls the shots here. They're at their best when they're bouncing off each other or their peers. Many early episodes dedicate themselves to establishing the characters' differences and how they come together so expertly. The 7th episode focuses on Fuli and her need for time alone. Cheetahs are not only solitary creatures, but they hunt and become independent earlier than other animals, so when the Lancer keeps missing the kill because her friends want to spend time with her, it wears on a girl pretty quickly. Their motivations don't push it into well-worn and tired troping territory, and the episode ends on a pretty feel-good note. The third episode focuses on Bunga's strengths, weaknesses, his job, and how it can easily rebuff his natural swagger. The 5th and 9th episodes give much ample opportunity for Ono and Beshti to push themselves respectively. These are each teachable moments, but they also play into later continuity and story beats. You never realize how striking that one rough landing will be until later. But speaking of which, The Lion Guard is unlike many preschool series in that it engages in a steady dose of ruthless hand-to-hand combat. Yeah, it wouldn't be much of a Lion Guard if its members didn't go out and properly guard people. Disney Junior has been party to franchises past and present, either in a very conceptual sense or a more overt one, that do feature similar displays. Granted, these characters are far from opening a can of whoop-ass stew on any of their targets, but the series makes it clear that their attempts to protect the Pride lines through physical means is all part of the plan. At times, the hyenas are taking a beating so severe many animals would be on the brink of death in real life. But thanks to the power of fictional obfuscation, that literal pounding these guys took from that 5-ton hippo won't even reflect as a limp in the next episode. In setup, at least, you can tell someone in development took notes from the rescue dogs across the street. In all seriousness, though, many would leverage that there's a question to be had in regard to Lion Guard's philosophical leanings. Being aimed at who it is, there's something to be said for the conflicting messages that may stem from the show. It's about defending the circle of life, but regularly it appears that animals are kept from legitimately hunting for food. Animals who are comparatively not doing much to get their asses handed to them over petty crime do so anyway. Much of the series opines about respecting traditions and celebrating differences, but some of these features on certain animals are immediately cause for suspicion and radical change. Obviously, not only the hyena prejudice carries over here, but as one would observe in Return of the Roar, it perhaps also applies to other animals in situations without much provocation. Worse yet, it even applies to the main character who's supposed to be setting a better example. A lot of these inconsistencies carry over into the following season and feed into how future events play out. And as biased as I may be, I think they might have a minimal impact on how the story comes across initially. There's just so much to build on that it's easy to let things slip while the narrative builds itself up. The way each episode chooses to establish itself and its characters is really refreshing. I didn't exaggerate when I said that full episodes stuck out to me upon watching. It's hard to cherry pick a few lines or sequences when most of them are quite notable. Even if you don't watch consistently or sequentially, you get a sense of what each character is capable of and the true depths of their personalities. From the most elusive of the guard to the most unassuming of background characters, everyone is given a fulfilling direction in the great circle of life here. When the executive branded this as, again, Lion Guard meets Avengers, it seems like such a misstep. The core dynamic not only fits the heroes of Titans East more snug, but the tonal shifting and episode beats resonate to have more in common with this 2003 series. These young warriors are given the task of a lifetime, and while they've clearly gotten skills and the familiarity to succeed many times over, they still have got a lot of growing to do. Unlike Teen Titans itself, its reputation and such seems to align the show more with its hyper-stylized predecessor than anything else. Before we wrap up this look into the first season, though, we gotta talk about some of the critical reception. Now, as far as preschool series go, this one got quite a bit of attention from folks who don't normally discuss these things, and it shows. It's very obvious how many have let their nostalgic bias stick to them all throughout these reviews. The vast majority of the ones I was able to find were published before the first season was done airing, if not before its official premiere outright. Now, many of them were more reflective of just the movie rather than the show at large, yet their takedowns and admonishments were bold enough to try and summarize a whole-ass TV show many of them had yet to finish. Better yet, the staggering amount of times they felt the need to remind the audience how much this was made for children left me with a little more resentment each time. And that's not to say that's not a true statement, but it felt like the phrase was thrown around as a summary of the show's perspective abilities or a reason not to dive deep and assess exactly why the issues were persistent. They spent enough time complaining about a product made for kids, yet even with the excuse, they didn't bring much to the table beyond a surface level anyway. A lot of the critiques were also recurring. The animation is bad, compared to a multi-million-dollar movie. The ending to the movie was bad, because fart joke. The new voice work was bad, because change is scary. And Bunga just sucks. Which is a bit more subjective. I mean, I have to bend to the will of the people on that one. The most egregious crimes usually related to how the movie ties into the lore of their immaculate movie, Lion King 2, Simba's Pride. So much hero worship. Just as a note, I didn't fully disagree with all these reviews. In fact, there were more agreeable takes or people than I expected based off of my initial exposures. Plenty of them were able to expand on their initial points, or dish out some advice, or even just recuse themselves before they got too deep into harmful rhetoric. That being said, the general impression of many of the other videos left me with a very sour taste in my mouth. It would be remiss for me to fully assume the worst of this host of content creators based off of these videos, but based on how well many of them were able to tackle something that was, in their words, made for kids, they seriously dropped the ball. The Lion Guard is not perfect. Far from it, in fact. I'd be remiss to name a cartoon that would qualify. The initial movie could probably be scored more punitively had it been closer to a standalone film. But the balancing act it's forced to partake in, even before such a judgmental crowd is factored into its reception, is fascinating. Maybe its collective shortcomings did keep it from being a lionized treasure to the greater fandom, but at least walking in with an open perspective makes it more likely that we don't brush aside its flaws, much in the way many would brush aside its accomplishments here. I do believe, in for its narrative, structural, or visual roadblocks, it's still a show that can be an acceptable addition into modern animation fans. It sticks itself out there for its messaging and its characters, which is a trait many folks value highly and would be eager to eat up even in an imperfect work. So the Lion Guard has proven itself to be a formidable opposition not only to the scourges of creatures willing to predate upon the natural order of things, but ravenous Lion King fans not playing by the rules. Whether or not either continues to be fended off successfully remains to be seen in Season 2, but it's a journey we must all take together, and one that does not slow its descent anytime soon. Season 2 is the true start of this expansive storyline. Season 1 lays the characteristic groundwork and eases you into the world by showing you the strength of its characters while balancing its tone for its main audience. In its second season, they're ready to kick it up a notch, which is ushered in by this first half especially. I can appreciate especially how the Lion Guard just doesn't jump straight into building up the story, but the few prior to its execution are very much in keeping with everything the team has come to learn so far. You'll notice in the previous season I touched upon most things in extensive detail, with one big exception being the plot, the story, and how it progresses there is pretty subtle. It's a slow burn saga. It's fairly formulaic, save for a few times when Kion learns to use the roar. In different ways, of course. Unintentionally so, I think giving it a more detailed sense of which characters do what helped to introduce the season's story better. If you understand these characters, you'll understand the stories better. And if you can pinpoint which directions they go in, then you'll have an easier time understanding this story and how it changes from here. So, in such fashion, we'll start by diving into how these characters have changed from there up till now. Many of the Pride Land's inhabitants are in keeping with their own traditions and trappings, but regardless of which way they lead, their various quibbles and situations did factor into even more deadly situations. Most notable of them all would be the rise and tempering of arrogant leader of the crocodiles, Maku. His jump to power was laid out in the second episode, where he was able to defeat the tired old Pua in a Mashindano.
Dad, what's a Mashindano?
The Mashindano is a physical challenge. It's how the crocodiles determine their leader.
It was an upsetting display for Kion in particular, who, despite valuing the circle of life heavily, did not trust the victor with the responsibility. And he was right to feel that way. Initially, he was just there to kick ass and take names as the prideful young braggart he was ushered in as, and he attempted to take over a territory and overhunt with his herd, which did create static between him and the guard, not to mention the rest of the animals. Over time, he learned to lead the float with grace and swagger. He was starting to resemble more of Pua than anything else, which, through a series of events, led to the splintering of his float and a few failed insurrections by an evil crocodile named Kibori, who was voiced by Common. Now, I'm not even capping. Interestingly enough, this dispute among the crocs brought a few of the group leaders closer together. Previously, Kion found a friend in the daughter of Simba's old elephant friend, Matembo. They're pretty similar animals in pretty similar situations, tasked to lead their groups to victory unexpectedly, but with ferocity. The elephants have been an asset to the whole conglomerate for a while. Apparently their leader is expected to look for communal water reserves during the dry season, among other things. And at one point the guard is tasked to make a pact with whoever is in charge of a bountiful spring in the Backlands, which puts them in touch with the fabulous Dahabu, golden zebra and leader of the Backland Dazzle.
Yeah, I'm a different stripe. Just one look and you'll see. Fabulous Dahabu. Fabulous Dahabu.
Her appearances, like Matembo's, were able to instill a more concrete sense of leadership in not only the guard, but the audience as well. More notable one-offs also gave some roughage. A stubborn sable antelope who's hooked on proper etiquette, an ancient tortoise who sees things from all angles, sneaky baboons that teach you how to look at all the finer details. Even the insignificant ones tend to get more love in this second season. As I alluded to prior, Timon and Pumbaa provide a weaker connection to the original canon. Their appearances haven't given us much, but a Christmas special halfway through the season actually gives them something to do in this story, something to connect us to them, and a way for them to actually come out on top. The last few minutes is one of the most obvious and trite ways to end a holiday special, but it still had me tearing up regardless, and I am only half embarrassed to admit that. Other characters, like Kiara's lion buddies, are much less charitable. They've always felt like they've been around to fill the supporting cast out, and they aren't exactly foils that are humorous or easy to root for.
Another one!
Get it away! Ow, my paw!
It took towards the end of the season for only one of them to get some development, and it took pairing her up with one of the most histrionic and outspoken characters to tone her down. But speaking of lions, let's dish on the Lion King 2 cast and their portrayals here. The formal introductions of Kovu, Nuka, Vitani, and Zira were handled in Season 1, Episode 20, Lions of the Outlands, wherein Kion is introduced to the lot while helping a friend secure her pack's watering hole. The episode itself does the legwork to try and start to fill in the blanks. Zira herself is already well aware of Kion and came up with a plan to rope him into her schemes.
Perhaps we can go somewhere more private and talk lion to lion.
This inclusion is held up to pretty high scrutiny along with Kiara and Simba's presumed progress backwards. I think quite simply you can chalk most of it up to the timeline just moving on. In the wake of the outsider uprising and his first child's run-in with danger, it doesn't seem that far-fetched that Simba would try to A, make the Pride Lands a little safer for his family, and B, try to instill some offensive or defensive skills in his son. Considering how conflicted he was in the timeline of Simba's pride, his assertment here doesn't seem too far off the mark. Remember, in such a case, he came hot off the heels of securing his own kingdom and having a cub. I wouldn't say I agree with how they wrote him all throughout, but it's understandable why he'd be more errantly worried for the sake of the first kid rather than the second. The outsiders seem to have stayed the same too. There's not much to take umbrage with, I don't think. Outside of their inclusion in the first place, of course. In the previous season, Kyan had befriended a respectable hyena named Jaziri, the leader of her own faction. The alliance was born out of careful trust and understanding, which holds up well and even aids the guard in kicking tail. Amidst all the chaos, Scar actually starts setting his sights on her clan, ordering his grunts to take him out so they don't further interrupt him. Ironically, they just went on to throw some more wrenches in his plans. It's nice to see such a friendship go unshaken. The first lesson this series had to teach has worked well to do a lot for the show later on. As introduced in the TV movie, the 5 inaugural members came from all walks of life, separate planes of existence practically. Over the course of 26 episodes, the team gets immersed in the true makeup in the Pride Lands. They've seen leaders rise and fall, they've made waves in lands far away, they've preserved time-honored traditions and broken some others. Many times over, they've been tasked to reassess the common ground their constituents have been situated on, but none is arguably more notable than the quandary their fierce leader must deal with himself. Early on, a common rebuke of the movie in the early season was that Kyan's place in the circle of life was unnecessarily grating. Between his status as the chosen one and his constantly contrasting job upstaging and replacing Kiara, there is a fair amount of outcry over his portrayal. Why have one outspoken, headstrong, adventurous cub of the royals be an original character when you've already had a much better one from before? I think it's a mortal misread of his character, to be honest. He's not a less impressive version of a younger Kiara. He's closer to a more impressive version of a younger Simba. In the original movie, the son of King Mufasa was wild and carefree, stubborn and confident, but for incredible extenuating circumstances beyond his control, had a deep sense of responsibility and reverence for the circle of life instilled in him, despite his long detour deep into the jungle expecting never to return. In the beginning of Return to the Roar, it tries to capture Kyan in a much similar light by making him out to be notably easygoing. He's just a young kid, but as a cub of Simba, he's had this big sense of duty and honor drilled into his little skull by his father, who's endured much more extreme conditions. It's a job he's excited to hold himself, but being as young as he was, it certainly did take its toll early on. For the vast majority of the Guard's existence, he's been a very thoughtful, dutiful, committed young leader, but above any decision he makes, he is still a growing cub. It is likely that the spirituality of the Royal Alliance has had its effect on every member of the Pride Lands, but not only has it imprinted on Kyan, but the pure legacy of his ancestors weighs on him heavily. Mufasa, Scar, the past leaders of the Guard, these were all figures he's considered since day one. Scar, in particular, was one he's held in disturbed contempt. All throughout his adventures around town, he's been willing to show he'll lay down the law no matter how he's feeling. But the one thing that stops him dead in his tracks is any indication that he might be mirroring the lion he hates, the one that he fears so heavily. This franchise has always dealt heavily in themes of tradition and legacy, even in places you wouldn't often expect it to. While Kyan initially had little direct connection to these great lions of the past, he is connected, as all animals are, to their past actions, their current impact. Growing up around so many omens and boons has to weigh on you, and as the law and order of the place, it is quite literally a jungle out there where anything can happen. So it wouldn't be too remiss to pit this kid up against his greatest fear, even on rather shaky terms. In the hour-long special, The Rise of Scar, the scheming menaces of the Pride Lands trick Kyan, among others, into accidentally summoning his long-befallen great-uncle from the mouth of a looming volcano. This main conflict takes much time to simmer, but the rest of the events that make it happen explosively unloaded over the course of the special. Now voiced by David Aiello, the vengeful lion spirit becomes the impetus of the major schemes behind the Pride Lands crumbling. Utilizing Janja's clan, Yushari, among others as Team Grunts, they attempt to carry out many schemes and plans throughout the rest of the season. It's not an incredibly loyal team, but for better or worse, they get the job done, or whatever parts they do complete before they're thwarted anyway. I guess now would be a goodish time to address the magic system. Now, obviously Scar's return and subsequent role in this section of the series has been heavily contentious. Even among people who aren't in the discourse give it the side-eye. It's divisive for a lot of reasons why the roar and Kyan's use of it specifically is. The assertion would typically imply that the mere presence of these wider concepts, from the roar to the recurrence of Mufasa to the rise of Scar himself, all tip the balance of the previous films wildly out of whack. Why did they give this new OC lion bending powers? Why does he get a meeting with his grandfather every few episodes when his dad couldn't even get the same treatment? Why does Scar have to return? And why in a fiery inferno? The best answer to give would probably be the most frustrating one. Creative obfuscation. To be clear, any and all ideas that come banging down the chute don't automatically get a pass just because it's for a new generation. However, I do think there's some merit in moving the goalposts a little bit. Part of why I've been explicitly referring to all this as spirituality rather than out-and-out magic is because to me the interpretation of previously identified entities like Spirit Mufasa seem like they're just wider extrapolations of old concepts. They don't add magic to the Lion King, they found magic within the current mythos and jazzed it up a little bit. They took everything a bit more literally, sure, but other than the tonal dissonance not even really being cemented by these attributes, they help advance the philosophical teachings of the show rather than just dumb everything down for kids. Scar's downfall, as anticlimactic as one may find it, just serves to compound this by the beginning of the third season. Anyway, amidst all the potential carnage these goons could wreak, life must go on as normal. The season premiere is literally about Bunga babysitting all these weak prey animals' kids and giving them defense techniques to ward off opportunistic jackals. Based shit, honestly. In any event, the series has been sprinkling hints that give us more info on the great lions of the past. They're tangible when funneled into encounters with Grandfather Mufasa and applications of the roar, but otherwise, we don't know much about them or the extent of their abilities. Much of the explanations of their lore are fed to the audience through the adventures of Makini, a young mandrill introduced this season as Rafiki's royal apprentice. She's a nice character, but her main flaw seems to be a bit too played up. She's way too hyper and talkative, but even using that, it seems a tad more shoehorned in at times. Her arrival is rather abrupt and her assistance is limited, but her help was of measurable aid regardless, given this season's new conditions. As Season 1 would previously allude to, the dry season had finally reached the Pride Lands and beyond. There's much less water around, there's more dangerous situations going on, and the animals are more irrational, situationally or otherwise. In play with everything else the show's been poking at, Kyan's own struggle compounds all the problems that bloom around this time of year. I wouldn't be quick to deride this concept. Contextually, there's enough there for the conflict to make sense. If the cub can learn to build or problem solve with the roar, there'd surely be ways to destroy and sow conflict. He's not an angry person, he definitely insists that much, but of course, the pressures of the job, seasonal ones included, have taken their toll. Now that we've plunged too deep into the story at play, I can say there's not much else unchanged in this new season. I didn't mention it before, but the voice work is still pretty solid here, even from new characters like Makini. It's evident to me that a few of them have toned their performances down, which definitely works for this type of change that they're going through. This isn't the type of show that has to replace the child voice actors every 6 episodes or so you can literally hear Kyan age out. The guest stars are also pretty engaging, and they got some pretty good ones. The songs are also pretty nice, even though they've drifted pretty far away from the original Afro-pop vibe they were going for. A lot of these are just straight-up show tunes now. I am certain that had this one not have been about eating rotten or fresh flesh, it would have copped an Emmy nomination, but, you know, Hakuna Matata, what are you gonna do? I've never found the hyena numbers to be very good, but some of the other villain numbers were much more palatable and easy on the ears. The animation's still pretty hot. There's a couple episodes that looked great precisely due to the change in scenery and the relevant effects applied. So Season 2 just laid more on top of the pile to make its case. It brings its characters to their darkest depths just to stack them up against what seems like incalculable odds and expect them to claw their way back out. The last few outings were particularly rough, a tad idealistic even, but they left enough room for the dust to settle and for us to cling to any kind of resolution. Luckily, the third and final frontier came out swinging. One of the prevailing truths that is found in The Lion Guard is the significance of the past and how it influences next steps. Honestly, it's one of the most identifiable principles, but one that brings me much suffering in hindsight. Writing this whole video out meant that by the time you hear this, I have had to have finished a season per week with an extra week to catch up on notes and stuff, but only one. Some of these are pretty long. Jake had an innumerable amount of episodes squeezed into one season, complete with several specials in between. And the next entry after this was also pretty bulky by proxy. Lion Guard, having a slightly lighter load, was a mortal bitch to try and write about. I say this retroactively, having not finished it yet, but if that had changed, you probably wouldn't hear me say this. The third and final season clocks in at about 20 half hours of content, or just over 7 straight hours if you blow through it in one sitting. You can often finish a season of a Netflix tune in about half the time. I have yet to finish Green Eggs and Ham, but I have finished these 2 Disney Junior properties in full. Yet, for as short as it is, it's still throwing its weight around by the density of its story. To a similar end, the satisfaction to obtain from it is pretty bountiful, considering all the shit thrown at us as a collective. In order to catch you up to speed, I have to recap the first 2 episodes, which spells the beginning of the end of the Guard as we know them. The Season 3 premiere, The Battle for the Pride Lands, ushers itself in as a new era of the show with a time skip of indeterminable chronology. Everyone's a bit more grown up, they've embraced their Teen Titans status wholesale, complete with spookier, more complex villains and schemes. Leaving off from the previous season, the Pridelanders have presumably been continuing to thwart various schemes and plots set up by Scar's army, unified by a sense of duty to their home and to each other. They grow wary of merely fending off the predators, so they make a plan to finally storm the castle and snuff out Scar's fiery empire for good. The Lion Guard themselves have grown into their skins as well as becoming more powerful than anticipated, so they've emboldened to carry out the plan, but Spirit Grandfather leaves Kion with a bit of vague advice for the road.
Just stay true to who you are inside, and remember, you can't fight fire with fire.
By this point, the sheer power the roar has taken on helps a recurring party reconsider their position in the circle of life. This shift comes hot on the heels of Scar's final push to kill off the royal family and take over the Pride Lands for good, which would soon shift to accommodate any dissent within the party. Their night before the siege was set to take place, members of the army lured the Lion Guard back to their lair so they could snuff out the whole royal line and its protectors around Pride Rock. Even with the close call and the image of the Pride Lands beacon engulfed in a fiery blaze burned into everybody's minds, they persist on. Not even a visit from Scar himself could shake them.
We'll never surrender to you, Scar!
Ha! You don't have the power to defeat me!
So joined by the recently betrayed Hyena clan in their court, they surge on the next morning and pack a pretty good punch. They walk in with virtually no plan other than to get the Lion Guard to the mouth of the volcano as quickly as possible. In contrast, Scar's only plan was to poison Kion with cobra venom and manipulatively gaslight him to the point where he'd actually kill himself fighting back. But as it turns out, Mufasa's advice was more than just vague spiritual dogma. So the Pridelanders all survived the initial battle, but it seems like Scar's plans is starting to take effect even if he's not around to see it. A couple of our heroes come out with more permanent scars than anticipated, and the path to healing necessitates a long journey outside of their home, as well as a quick switch in team dynamics. Anga, introduced by the tail end of the last season, becomes the 6th member of the Lion Guard and the newest keenest of sight. And as a testament to his continual dedication and MVP status to the team, Kion crowns Ono as the smartest in a rather impactful scene. With that, the new and improved Lion Guard sets off for the Tree of Life, with the blessing of the royal family and Rafiki, who sends Makini to join them as the 7th Ranger, hoping that through embarking on a long and difficult journey ahead, they'll find themselves back in the home they love to defend once more, until the Pride Land's end. And that would bring you to the new intro sequence. So Season 3 of The Lion Guard officially follows the course of this long road trip to the Tree of Life, the adventures to be had during and after the trip, and the friends and allies to be made on the road to recovery. It's very much a wrap-up season, but with many new locations and animals to see. The season is less about the journey and more centered around Kion's inner evolution. Not only is the Venom making the Roar an increasingly dangerous tool he's tempted to use, but his doubts about his ability to lead and maintain his composure. This is literally a fight for his whole immortal soul, and a constant question of whether or not the fickle fire demon was right all along. It's like if that one episode about Slade was extended into all of Season 5. The main takeaway from the 3rd season I found was somewhat analogous to Steven Universe's Future in execution, tone, and the affecting conflict relating to the main focus. It's tough to pinpoint exactly how each resonates in response to their respective stories, but if you didn't care for Future, you might not vibe with this season either, though, just based on recollection, the way it chooses to pace out the final steps of Kion's spirit journey might win some of y'all over, albeit mildly cater to some major detractors. With the first half of the season spent journeying to the tree, the Guard walks a very tepid tightrope, constantly teetering over the edge while they get to where they need to be. A decidedly dominant factor that separates them is the mixed messaging this one indulges in quite heavily. In the context of the story, the team finds it paramount they stick together amidst all the physical and emotional turbulence they have to fight through. They can only bide their time while they make the trip, but for a while, they only had one temporary respite to ease their tensions.
Here, Kion!
Thanks, Makini.
The Lion Guard has literally made the franchise 20% more lit with the introduction of the Tuliza plant, an herbal remedy that eases the pain caused by the venom. Anytime Kion the Snoop Lion ingests a few flower petals, you can feel the paranoia just wash away, allowing the Guard to continue on their journey a bit more expeditiously. There are numerous times where Scar leads to the kid having mood swings, impaired judgment, and a growing lack of self-confidence or patience, which can at least be partially attributed to the feedback loop created as a result of his trauma. In times of more dire need, the direction of the Guard is passed on and rarely taken over by Fuli, bringing the competitive tension of previous seasons to a head here. No matter who they're led by, the group still stops to help out animals in need or catch their bearings, much to Kion's growing dismay. Throughout most of the season, a recurring villain established in the first season, Makucha, tracks them all the way to the tree in an attempt to take over and devour many of the exotic delicacies kept there. In fact, he's practically gathered a little army of his own composed of animals that were wronged by the Guard, or who were also greedily lusting after rare animal flesh. So in summation, this final season is quite literally The Lion Guard versus The World, an epilogue limited miniseries, but with all the suspense and angst to fuel the average lore horse thirst for adventure. While I draw heavy comparisons to Future, Kion's journey, even prior to the apex of his inner turmoil, is much more reminiscent of a struggle found in another more cartoonishly wacky world of heroes. The rise and fall of TKO is arguably one of the Plaza's most overlooked elements, despite being a driving force behind much of the series' later mysteries. In the face of taking on extraordinary power in relatively short amounts of time, both of the young protagonists experience powerful emotional changes, leading to a schism in what they believe themselves to be, morally speaking. The assumed alter ego puts his friends and family on edge as they try to help him curb his enthusiasm, but for quite a bit of time, it's a futile effort, until he can be at one with both sides of himself. Like with KO, Kion's insecurity and alleged uneven temperament are issues spanning all the way back to Season 1, with episodes like Never Roar Again. His assessment of his ever-changing leadership abilities, compounded with his responsibility to the Pride Lands, weighed on him enough to hash some of his grief out with Mufasa. That said, it only became a calculable issue when the Roar's power grew with the stress and quicker to sour attitude. As it would come to be known in KO's tale, it takes a lot of moderation to get to a manageable place, but there was a lot of fighting and self-doubt that got him to that point. Steven's path was much harder to follow in reference to his seemingly more complex history of traumatic events. Much of Future's hinged on the basis of his more sudden emotional changes being a consequence of his getting to actually feel the extreme amount of pressure he's been compressed by all these years of fighting with the space rocks. Him being allowed to relax unexpectedly brings out this mental crises in new ways he had no control over. Much like the Roar, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to cope with the abnormal life and the experiences that may have led him to hurt the folks that have gotten him through it. And while not exactly a cut-and-dry extrapolation to make, Kion's story seems to draw from the best of both worlds. The subtle buildup of these issues and the reasonable incentive to perform, especially while still grappling with an ethical quandary that's haunted him since he was a cub, puts a perfect storm into motion when the Guard have to trek to the Tree of Life. In a way, a lot of his frustration stems from his eagerness to start healing so he doesn't hurt anyone. Yet along the way, he still has to re-examine what's inside him after a few slip-ups and many, many more pitfalls. The internal struggle comes to a head in the midway signifier of Friends to the End, where, in the face of said mistakes, Kion and the gang are under more pressure than ever before to address his behavior the right way. It probably wouldn't surprise you to learn that a characteristic that's innate to the series proper is the power of friendship. I have yet to see a preschool series that doesn't have such a unique trait, but what you come to learn about how these shows feel about friendship is how it comes out in the work proper. Generally, it seems like the rest of the Guard is staunchly in the evil Kion doesn't exist camp and are intent on keeping him on the straight and narrow until he can get some help. They grow a bit more hesitant with each incident, but they keep their cool. Though one member, arguably the most knowledgeable of the situation, weighs in quite differently.
Yeah, before the venom in his Scar totally takes over and turns him evil, just like Scar.
In keeping with his inquisitive nature and in reference to episodes previous, Bunga starts to wonder out loud when to sound the alarms and when to act when Kion's fully turned over to the dark side. Though admittedly he doesn't seem terribly alarmed in a lot of these times, half the inquiries make it look like it's some kind of game. Kion's other friends obviously don't take to this point of view very well, but he didn't exactly go unprompted in this one. In this specific instance, Kion is made out to be even more dangerous than he normally is. His impatience and inclination to lash out make him a different kind of threat altogether. The final straw that broke the lion's back came when, upon another unexpected detour off path, he told Beshti this.
Stop being nice!
Now, let's unpack this for a bit. All throughout this journey, the team has functioned as Kion's B team. It's their duty to not only keep up their normal activities, but prevent their leader from stepping full tilt over the line as a roving, mildly murderous sociopath. He's a danger, not only as the recipient of a spiritually enchanted, physically devastating animal call, but as a nearly full-grown lion in his prime. He can beat, kill, maim, or roar at whatever he chooses is blocking his path forward. Even as a saga depicted to be appropriate for young kids, it's been damn well communicated that he has the power to hurt himself or others. So this ultimate white flag of contrition that tells you to spring into action is this line? This line. This is the peak of danger? The height of the switch? The stench of evil? This is not the mark of an evil lion. This is the whine of a petulant teenage twat, one who's probably not on his way to wreak untold havoc on the Pride Lands and beyond with comebacks like that. Whatever surface tension there was in this dramatic buildup pretty much evaporated upon hearing those words. I was laughing my ass off. So obviously I wasn't a huge fan of this point in the story, but beyond that one line, it felt like the diffusing point of contention, and everything that it followed felt a bit more forced. It's a hard line to straddle since the kid has genuinely been more insistent and forceful in tone anyway, and once they get to the tree's outer gates, it's harder to gauge whether or not we can actually get a strong leader out of it. Once he retreats from the group in shame, Bunga again wonders aloud as to the extent of Kion's epic turn to the dark side.
Kion's not evil.
You sure?
I am. Kion will never turn evil.
Lesty's right.
The whole point of the hero's journey is to move past, or at least begin to cope with, his tumultuous upbringing and make way for true discovery. Much in the way that the original movie tried to instill a progressive attitude in its protagonist, this series here works to put Kion at odds with what he knows and his lack of foresight. His arc has always involved looking through uncertainties and embracing unforeseen difficulties along the way, but I wonder how much such a message can be taken home if there's not so much of an active catalyst. The final episode places Argard as part of an expanded one in defense of the Tree of Life. Had the crew been needed at Pride Rock, but not in their original positions, I'd be curious as to how this could apply. There's a minor nitpick that doesn't reflect much by itself, but if you read it in a more abstract sense, it kind of unintentionally demonstrates the main storytelling goals of the season and how at times they tend to fumble the bag. The whole journey to the tree was marred with suspense and intrigue. Of course, everyone's eager to get to their destination, but there's more anxiety of what's to come. The journey to healing is a marathon, not a sprint. And should there be any doubt that that's the main lesson, Kion's constant run-ins with danger and his own temperament resulted in many an unfortunate incident that brings us back to this piece of dogma. Once he's actually got there, it's one of many foolhardy encounters that initially got the team banned from the sanctuary. This event leads to Kion sullenly slinking off to reflect upon his actions and starts singing in reference to his song in the TV movie. They're entitled Kion's Lament, hereby titled Kion's Reckoning.
Here at the end of the trail.
Herein, his singing chops are lent to him by Aaron Daniel Jacob. You might know him as the guy that's perpetually living in a funhouse or bearing his soul about the time spent together. Last time Kion sang, it was as his authentic self within the hour-long premiere. Now, voice matching is nothing new in the world of voice acting, but according to him, the decision to pull the trigger here was purely for aesthetics. Okay, this is not entirely a poor point of argument. You've heard the kid previously, he sounded pretty good. But I can understand the necessity to age him up a tiny bit. Though honestly, the timing does kill the need a little bit. The guard has traveled all the way to make sure their friends got the healing they needed. Neither Ono nor Kion knew exactly what that would entail, but they needed to make the journey anyway, and through all the scraps and scrapes, they are as imperfect as they started off. The healing wasn't the journey, but it was the front door, and they're walking through as fragile, shaken, not yet fully grown people yet. Kion especially has had a lot of accomplishments, but had to beat the venom. Him going through his reckoning is him realizing that he's not just heading to the tree for him, and even if he can't get what he needs, he has to account for Ono and the rest. This is an incredibly mature decision to come to, only spurred on by the good-hearted nature of his friends cleaning up the mess they made. Even still, that's just the start of his journey. He's not a young cub anymore, but he's not exactly a strapping young lion either. Most other dubs interpreted him with his regular voice, and a vast majority of which sounded much alike to Kion's age here anyway. He's not perfect, and he's not done healing, growing, understanding, or knowing. But his voice here reflects a different sounding person altogether. This is more a clear, simplified version of the kid who's literally traveled continents to better himself, not 2 seconds from lashing out. The season is all about getting the dirty work done, thick and thin. And while that reflected well through this choice, it's one that would carry over for the rest of the show. The journey into the Tree of Life proper begins with the group's attempt to assimilate within the Night Pride's good graces. Obviously, previous incidents would be stopping them short, but once they make their intentions clear, the two factions are practically one. Through the thwarting of repeat fugitives, everyone in the two groups get to know each other, including their two leaders. Now, on paper, Rani is a character that's very much following close in step with the other great Lion King characters. Thrown into being the leader of the Night Pride and eventually the tree's queen, she's fairly self-sufficient. She's one of the last few sounding boards for Kion's lack of self-confidence and one of the obstacles during his healing process. Every other turn felt like the guard was getting in the way of the Night Pride duties, especially since they usually only patrol at night. The threats the former brought with them to the border keeps the teams on their toes all day, and it's had its impact. In the middle of the skirmishes, both Kion and Ono have initiated healing, but the former's journey being more emblematic of the long trek they had just survived, Ono ended his at the tree by regaining good but not his former sight. The healing for Kion is much more in the way of training than anything else. It's said in the context of the show that it helps work the venom out of the body, essentially, but outside looking in, it seems like these assignments more help to temper the symptoms of the scar than anything else. And with a calmer Kion in tow comes a better relationship with Rani and the rest of the Night Pride, which eventually leads to growing closer, and you know where this is going. Now, this pairing was more or less brought together by convenience and perceived necessity. They tried to build it up steadily and sensibly, but you know they're still going for that 3-day romance. Both of them have good reasons to be together, with the express exclusion being due to their mutual affections, or lack thereof. News of the events surrounding the Outsiders and Pridelander scuffle from the end of Lion King 2 reaches the Tree of Life, which pushes the Lion Guard to head back with their healing leader in tow. Close to the way back, they approach one more symbol that speaks to Kion's ongoing journey to Pace. By the time they do make it back, the movie's timeline is basically bridged by this point. There's only one last bookend to fulfill. With their absence leaving the Pridelands relatively vulnerable, see Exhibit A faction of lionesses led by Vitani is taking the Old Guard's place as the Prideland Protectors. They engage in a series of competitions that conclude with a tie up to that final test. The conclusion of Kion's was a bit of a cop-out, sure, but it was a fruitful one. In an emotional scene, the new Lion Guard is ushered in, with a new revelation comes a great opportunity. Within the last few minutes ending on a wedding, the two worlds collide to see the new king and queen of the tree christened in, while the great lion spirits peer from below in amazement. That was basically the SparkNotes version of the last season. There are other characters and situations that were left out, but yeah, that was basically it. In so many words, and yet so few, that's more or less the Lion Guard timeline. It's a story of love, loss, and lion spirits. Compared to its contemporaries, it's an epic that goes against the grain. For succinct as it was, it definitely did get more rough around the final third. One could certainly debase it more critically and take a look at its philosophical failings and how that may have fed into the text, but I do respect the effort to continue the complex plotline set up before its conception. From the dung beetles on the ground to the great lions in the sky, the Lion Guard gave everything a sense of importance and significance. It gives me great confidence that this pack of protectors could go on and innovate wherever they go, until the Pride Land's end. It's plain to see that the Lion Guard has made its mark on the Lion King canon. While I can't pinpoint its exact mark on the Circle of Life, no doubt, the people who have been touched by its presence have come out of it with a fresh new experience to take in. I find it kind of funny, the juxtaposition to be made against every other piece of Lion King media. For the movie's 20th birthday, they announced this series, and when it hit a quarter centennial, they announced the live-action movie. And proportional to how both were received, The Lion Guard might as well have been another incarnation of the Timon and Pumbaa cartoon. I think a lot of people who were frustrated by the sheer existence of the modern adaptation would at least find some solace in this one. Like, it's definitely got a distinguished presence to it, but it never forgets who it's for and what its most baser purpose to target or legacy audiences would be. It doesn't treat its story or its core above the rest of its peers or its main network, though it does create a new narrative high to achieve over on Disney Junior proper. Ostensibly, this is baby's first serial cartoon, except it's not necessarily just good for the babies. Attaching this kind of project was as much of a risk as it was a potential payout. All the hypercritical shots taken at it throughout the years is a true testament to that, but generally it's nice to see the level of creative integrity it had. Though conflicted as worried as it may have been to secure its role in all of this, it stuck by it and actually came out better, like the story of the little lion cub it followed for 3 seasons. Watching the Lion Guard rise, fall, and rise again left me feeling pretty fulfilled. Though as someone with a poor track record of following long-running animated serialized content all the way through, it might reflect as a bit more quaint to the rest of you. Maybe you'll see more in it than you've seen before. Perhaps you'll just find aspects of the narrative that's been conveyed better or more compelling in different ways. And that's fine. We're trying to look at this from a more nuanced perspective. I think that even though it's very difficult to pinpoint how any prospective Lion King adaptation could stack up well or complement the original, I think Lion Guard comes pretty close. Tonally speaking, it did try and diversify quite a bit, making each season and having each link up not only in story but in tonal switch, and that had to have been a challenge. In any other series, had the differences been a bit more radical, the audience would probably be inclined to think of them as 3 separate entities. With the setup regardless of the subversive marketing attached to it, it would have been very easy to make this into another hard Paw Patrol competitor and absolutely cash out. Even if it was meant to be a hard successor to all the Lion King canon, I don't think anybody would really be fazed if they threw these characters into the merchandising pool. Instead, you have a series that respects its source material, flawed sequels and all, but sets out to redefine the canon to be smart and endearing, but also get challenging and dark, and seemingly with ease. As far as fitting into the canon along with the other 2 sequels, I think it fits quite snugly. Again, for as much as it didn't have to, it does try to bridge many sides to this group of cartoon lion movies in reverence to the material that it incorporates. A big theme I find floating around these works would be balancing duty and responsibility with the independence and self-discovery of young adulthood. Whether through the metatextual theming of each piece or the stories themselves, someone is grappling with sticking their neck out for their job and sticking by their authentic selves. Even accounting for the remake, I think the Lion Guard struggles are some of the most complex of the outfit. I can't imagine how much the identity piece was complicated by it being for 8-year-olds at the oldest, but beyond that, it does well to slow down and let its viewers digest what the leads are going through. Even as flagrantly wacky as it may reflect, it's a really multifaceted and complex story. For each portrayal that it doesn't quite nail, it provides deeper insights into another aspect of the circle of life. I have my doubts that it'll ever be accepted by any wider fandom or grouping associated with Lion King, and in spite of that, I think it still reflects well, and it stands tall even in the wake of its most visible mistakes, which is exactly what it aims to teach its audience. It's a befitting topic to tangle with, and one that underscores the next section all the better.
Now, it's Sofia the First.
It is quite difficult to define an icon. A hero, a mascot, a central figure. They're synonymous verbiage, but they also carry their own amounts of weight. Whether in a more virtuous context or the context of a more neutral contrast, the concept of an icon is as cemented as it is ever in flux. Within the context of Disney Junior, I think its iconography is as similarly multifaceted as it is focused to a point. For certain points in time, their programs have signified something different for the brand. These three in particular could be considered flagship series in their own right, but aside from maybe Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, which is not in production anymore, there are no series in their library that contain that one ubiquitous long runner since conception that remains a prominent sticking point since. However, I think I can introduce the next best thing. Sofia the First is a 2012 original series connected heavily to the Disney princess franchise. The aforementioned princess is new to the royalty through her mom's marriage to the King of Enchantia. It brands itself as a typical slice-of-life series, showing off the various trials and tribulations that come with being the protagonist. And as we come to find out, it has a lot more to offer in scope, scale, and investment to be gained. Now, this series out of the three is the only one to become a nostalgic boon to me. Aside from the occasional clip or episode here or there, I had next to no experiences with Lion Guard or Neverland Pirates prior to all of this. Sofia, however, has been on my radar and in my good graces practically since its conception. Jake was very much the first real Disney Junior entity, but Sofia was very much the OG in my eyes. Decidedly out of its age bracket already as a young kid, it was my go-to program for a minute, and I've literally not cared about princess things before or since then. It's hard to pinpoint exactly how deep the character developments go. As you've seen so far, everyone does it a little bit differently, but Sofia was one that was genuinely compelling to me for seemingly generic traits. It's not even really uncommon for her to be labeled as a Mary Sue. Admittedly, she may not go through as many complex tests of character, but the theme song almost warns you of such an outcome. Honestly, this rewatch was a real treat. I could tell the nostalgia was speaking to me watching the first few episodes, though I remained as emotionally invested and sucked into the narrative spin as I was the first time I watched, if not more so. I was almost worried about a bias seeping through, because while I don't love every single aspect of the show, I care quite deeply about understanding this world and its offerings to the nth degree. It's a show that I deeply respect for its seemingly simplistic morals and lessons. I learned to admire Jake for being fun and emotionally rewarding even while being itself, but there was a bit of fatigue to be felt after watching such a massive run of episodes and being swept up in big philosophical schisms. Lion Guard came with a lot of breathtaking developments and wrapped up in a satisfying way, but somehow it felt like there was a bit too much hanging. So, writing this very early into the first season, even knowing what lies ahead, I can't imagine feeling that level of burnout. Obviously, this would read a bit differently, or there would be a little editor's note somewhere, but otherwise, I doubt that'll change. I don't have much to prove here. I'm kind of just here for the fun of it. In a way, it feels like being able to gush about this one will come as second nature, even if I'm still explaining a lot. All the same, there's a self-expectation to do the best job with this one since I have prior knowledge of it. The only thing I'd have to parse out, I guess, is whether or not Sofia really is a Mary Sue or not. And even then, that wouldn't even dent my respect for the property. I know she isn't. It is virtually everything I could have wanted. Gratuitous celebrity cameos at all. But speaking of which, going into this project, I was determined to bring on some industry folks just to solidify some legitimacy for this epic, as you would call it. Cast a pretty wide net, but interestingly enough, the only people that I heard back from consistently were crew from Sofia the First, which, it's just poetry, honestly. And if I recall correctly, I believe there were several hundred of you out there that were instrumental in landing a very specific contact. One very, very key person in the creation of this, I would say. By the way, thank you so much. I was very surprised that happened. I did not know that the love was so real. But I'm glad that happened. All right. And you would imagine that we would have gotten something done by now, but no. we did not. Yeah, I know the world is still kind of burning outside, but we've both been pretty busy, and we just didn't manage to get anything done in time. Luckily, it is still on the way. We still have an interview planned of sorts, but obviously its format of release is going to be a little bit different. Alright, regardless of what I said before, or I guess after this segment, right, it is not untrue that, this video had to come out today, of all days, at least in my mind, right? That said, given the context of how the finished product is coming out right now, it shouldn't necessarily stop me from, fixing up parts of it if I choose to do so, which I happily will. A lot of info got streamlined, and a lot of things were cut for time, especially in this section. If you notice a lot of footage of trolls, was an executive cut. So I've decided to remaster and release each part individually on the second Saturday of a few months that I'm going to block out throughout the rest of the year. Sofia's will probably come last, but it will include parts of that interview, along with whatever I'm able to expand upon. It will probably be the longest of all 3 parts by the time I'm done with it. It'll give me a chance to reflect on everything I've learned, and how I come to understand everything. So, even if this one seems like it's a bit cobbled together, I think this will make for a good companion piece whenever that one comes out. But with all that being said, we've still got a whole show to analyze today, so strap in as we stumble through the life and times of none other than Sofia the First. In similar fashion to The Lion Guard, the franchise is kicked off with a 1-hour TV movie, Sofia the First, Once Upon a Princess, wherein, as a prologue to the series timeline, shows off the very initial amount of time Sofia spends as a princess, member of Royal Prep, and as a new member of the Royal Enchantian family. The movie wasn't part of my first viewing experience. At best, I had only seen a few scant clips prior, so going into this first time left me curious as to how well it could introduce its subject. It probably wouldn't be working in a lot of past lore like The Lion Guard did, but the nature of the show itself is quite reflective as is, so I wasn't sure if this would feel redundant or not. It's perfect. Everything about it, literally, it's just perfect. Yeah, honestly, it's one of the strongest introductory pieces I've ever seen in TV animation. Like, it certainly encapsulates a lot of the good vibes I had watching the show the first time around, and I'm confident that it would suck anybody else in too. But I think it lays the proper foundations down for arcs you wouldn't even notice until much later on. On a technical level, it hits you quite strongly as well. The animation really hits the sweet spot and nearly masters bringing the princess vibe into a 3D space. Some tracks are a bit more memorable than others, but combined they establish a varied but complete slate of an auditory aesthetic the show is set on. It's pretty contemporary in a way only Disney Channel could be, yet it's not too overbearing in its approach. Better yet, it made the incoming concept seem more appealing for a potentially older audience. I wouldn't be surprised if Rise and Shine was used to cross-brand over to the channel prior. The family dynamic is also pretty wholesome, even if everyone's still getting used to each other. There will inevitably be stuff they have to work out, but they put the blended in blended family. Amber and Sofia's bond in particular is going to be of specific attention. When certain characters like Cedric and Clover cement the former's ties to the castle, their own conflicts come to emphasize the series' split and dramedy elements. Its attack you can easily see being integrated into the show at large, but remiss as to how well it will do it. It is only a matter of time until we truly find out what being royal's all about. Touching down less than 2 months after the TV movie, the first season arrived at Disney Junior with much in store for its young protagonists on both sides of the screen. Through relatively light slice-of-life adventures, the youngest member of the royal family goes through her now everyday, normal life around the kingdom. It may involve taming flying carpets, resolving complex interspecies conflicts, or simply just making friends. Any and every half hour is set to spur pure investment through Sofia's adventures. Season 1 is likely going to be the most evocative of something like Friendship is Magic, wherein despite the stories not having as dramatic an apex, the little life lessons peppered throughout in order will leave the audience having learned as much of this world as the leads did. Working off of what the TV movie established, many of the recurring and supporting leads would start off from the bottom, so to speak. A lot of them, especially in the backdrop of the school, would be starting new chapters of their lives too, and their escapades would reflect as much. Taking the whole series into account, while also weighing a nostalgic bias, the first batch of episodes is easily among the most memorable for how emblematic they were of the main goal of the show. In the first half of the season alone, Sofia finds herself solving a generational dispute between humans and goblins, winning the local pet contest, solving her old village's witch problem, yes, that is a thing, and smashing the equestrian gender imbalanced glass ceiling. In contrast, she's also managed to bring a wallflower out of her shell, impart good sportsmanship on her brother, make sure the royal steward got a well-deserved day off, and bring her old friends into her new life with the magic of pine cones.
La la la! I'm a pinecone princess!
Two sets of issues are given similar levels of weight to them. In fact, there tends to be more crossover in such categorizations than one would expect. The key to solving many bigger problems can easily be a bit of compassion or the courage to just do the right thing. It's a good way of tying the fantastical elements into the duty of showcasing the ideal princess life. The first one finds us tackling an unprecedented milestone in the making, princesses in flying derby. Indeed, working against the pushback and gender-based stigma against such a prospect, Sofia decides to engage in the equestrian sport out of an interest for the love of the game. Through here, we're introduced to the confident king of the roost, Hugo, the main personification of the conflict in action. They sing a song about sticking to the status quo, though ironically the composition of the musical number wasn't as all-encompassing. I always found it striking how Sofia even got to the point of trying out for Derby.
I didn't come to watch, Sir Gilliam. I came to try out for the team.
What?
What's wrong?
It didn't even dawn on her that this proposal may be anything but unequivocally fine. She's determined to do her own thing, of course, but the literal song and dance of separation is a bummer for sure. Her characterization throughout seems fairly basic, but considering criticism levied against her, it feels fairly subversive here. With respect to her personality, she's as equally likely to be in need of a pep talk as she would normally be one to give. Hugo's shtick isn't so much a damper as the frustrations of getting in the game for the very first time. Even with the power of believing in oneself or the determination to pull through, she's just still a kid who's working her way through this aggressively unwieldy sport. She needs real guidance and support, and with minor hesitation, her family offers it up. Similarly, the next episode follows that tack by forcing the kid to bridge the most wild and mild peers she could have in one sleepover. There's a natural schism in factions, and at the behest of the other young princesses, Sofia is left to steer her friends away from their poor provincial pursuits. The conflict stemming from the contrasting character types is pretty common, but I do like the degradation of Sofia's ability to handle things. The whole refrain initially hinges on her ability to help them fit in, yet the feedback she's getting from the other side pushes her into a position that's most unlike her. The difficulties she's grappling with don't exactly give her the best position to deal with it, which brings her issue down to the kid's eye level. Of course, for more colossally complex conflicts, the series turns to an exquisite celebrity cameo to get the job done. In times of great distress or danger, the magical amulet has the power to summon a Disney princess especially suited for the situation. They brought the big guns out the first time around by bringing Cinderella on board, but they didn't stop short in the season proper. Jasmine, Belle, Ariel, and Aurora all got the spotlight by the season finale. I remember these episodes being quite a big draw. Obviously, their presence has to point to a slightly more important episode premiering soon, but for what it's worth, the princesses themselves managed to bring the thunder. Obviously, this is a pretty smart way to integrate the whole princess motif and make it specifically Disney. If not for nothing, rather than just being used as a crutch to substitute advanced character writing, the princess appearances usually tend to enhance the chops of Sofia or whoever else is more directly involved. It's a good indicator that no matter the gravity of the situation, the characters are always going to center things just by being their authentic selves. A lot of the characters, whether around the castle or outside of it, tend to lead and be led by this girl's adventures. One relationship that draws particular attention would be between Sofia and the royal sorcerer of the castle, Cedric. As the oft-derided son of the previous royal sorcerer, he hungrily vies for power and ultimate supremacy by making attempts to steal Sofia's magical amulet. There's a lot of complications in the plan, or lack thereof, but whether he's aware of it or not, Sofia's kindness and quick thinking usually keeps him out of trouble. Their interactions are usually a bit contentious, mainly on his side. More concretely, they develop a really solid friendship through the various scrapes they've solved together. In contrast, her adoption of a local rabbit Clover serves to be a tight but chaotic friendship. Early on, he tends to serve as a guide for the new kid, telling her about old happenings and ways around the castle, though at times his advice is less than exceptional, but she appreciates his company nonetheless. There are more than enough conflicts that are thrown into motion by his greed or impulse, but in Season 1 he's a bit more down-to-earth and reasonable. It's the semblance of a symbiotic relationship, but one that has adequate reason not to crumble. Bailiwick, the castle steward, can clearly do bad all by himself, but Sofia's presence tends to sweeten the deal. They're not particularly close, but they both have eyes for detail. If they can look out for each other, it'll be well worth the intervention in the end. The royal family is a pretty wholesome fit. The goal was to treat them like any other, even if one half came along later, while also realistically challenging them with common quibbles and scenarios. They generally don't feud with each other. If anything, both new sides are pretty affectionate and try hard to bring everybody into the mix. A few singular character fragments do start to uncover what kind of family they'll turn out to be. I noticed that Sofia's interactions with James and Roland tend to amount to more surface-level conclusions, while particular emphasis was placed on her relationships with Miranda and Amber. I'm sure that's hardly coincidental. Both of the latter do have a lot to offer, especially in these earlier episodes. Even in similar positions each time, they tend to round out the functional core of the series, establishing how Sofia looks at the world around her. The settings made to encompass Enchantia are tonally grounded but aesthetically fantastical. It's not the first or last suburban fantasy that's shown itself in the medium, but the atmosphere created here makes Sofia feel more mature. Despite the look of the main protagonist, the character design doesn't wax overly cartoonish. The settings and character movement can feel muted, even if the plots are more wild and chaotic than you'd expect. Sunwoo and Toei-on Animation Studios were the only two production houses responsible for animating Season 1. With the latter picking up most of the slack and the former supplementing a few episodes, the two took on Sofia as what is perhaps one of their very first 3D CG animated projects. As far as I could tell, the show was Toei-on's first contract job, period, which would perhaps explain the animation quality. I just want to preface this part by saying that Disney Junior in CG has always been a fascinatingly complex journey. TV animation remains a pretty steady stronghold for 2D animation to continue to thrive, but much of the preschool genre in particular is overrun with CGI series. Disney Junior has always utilized a good mix of both, though by this point the whole lineup of non-interstitial programming is all CG animated. We don't have enough studios like Mercury Filmworks to handcraft series like Jake or The Lion Guard, and technological advancements in the technology has made bouncy, cartoony CG a brand new reality. I meant it when I said that their farther participation in the former two was an anomaly of sorts. Some studios execute far better than others, but it might not even matter depending on the mood. Smaller studios that produce their own projects, like Spider Eye when presenting Jungle Junction, were able to get by on their own. For larger scale projects with higher aspirations, like Sofia, the need to outsource was damn near a necessity. With that said, Season 1 of Sofia is honestly as much of a mixed bag as it gets. There's a few factors to it, like the balance of stylization and form to the possible time frame the teams were given to finish episodes. Nonetheless, it's a subject we quite literally cannot overlook. Something interesting to note is that Once Upon a Princess and the season are both animated by Toyan, and predictably, there's a significant difference in the movement arcs to articulation to the veracity of the facial rigging. There's likely a chronological vacuum that can't be seen in the air dates. With less than 2 months in between the movie and the season's premiere, both were likely already squared away well before the former touched down. The brief gap in airing order also makes the dip in animation quality pretty jarring. To be honest, the first season of Sofia makes the world feel artificial and staged. For one, the character animation itself wasn't too spectacular at this point. The design philosophy of the series gave many of our younger characters big fat heads and limited motion. Usually when lip sync is employed, the characters' mouths just kinda click in and out of place like Barbie dolls. Even in more elaborately staged musical sequences, their expressions can feel like they didn't go out of their way to express much of anything. There are certainly points where their specifically animated character walks are key to sequence to fit a different mood, but many other times the way the models are rigged just make the series feel too self-contained. So when a number like Blue Ribbon Bunny comes along to demonstrate a character's comedic chops and is reliant on well-tuned expressions and timing, the whole thing just feels wrong. I get the vibe that they wanted to keep this fantastical world more grounded and keep more cartoonish gestures and expressions to a minimum, and that can definitely be achieved well, but I think at this point Toyan's lack of understanding for the world and general vibe made for a pretty rocky presentation. By contrast, I think Sun Woo had a better understanding of how and to what extent the cartoony visuals were supposed to function. Despite the 5 episodes they were given, they were able to make the most of it. Granted, everything's still a bit stiff, but even just the way the characters move between poses feels more loose. Comparatively speaking, those musical numbers really are a better showcase of their collective abilities. There's a song called Bigger is Better halfway through about Hambur's hardcore passion for extravagance, and like the big wide open number she was given, the animation was able to match the tone pretty well. I'm more impressed considering that this was one of the studio's first CG works. Outside of mostly a few obscure international series, their biggest indicator of skill would probably have been Special Agent Oso, which, if you didn't grow up with it, you just know that its character animation was also severely lacking in points. What a difference a few years makes. Of course, between them both, the vast majority of the output comes from Toyan, so these brief moments of clarity are interspersed through a season of choppy sailing. Now granted, between them, both of them had inconsistencies that were pretty easy to spot, like the camera movement and the philosophy in hair mechanics. The timing of the even more complex musical sequences can easily throw a character off the whole time. Might I also mention that the creature modeling is, a lot, to put it gently. Most of the time when they're not stiffer than actual props or set pieces, or not just genuinely unappealing to look at, anything from flying to scampering on the forest floor can make a model seem literally out of place. Even in Clover's position, his character animation can veer pretty far off the beaten path. Sometimes his face will casually squash and stretch for the sake of it. Other times he'll adopt the Barbie doll aesthetic of the younger characters. I imagine in another type of series these issues would be less obvious, or at least less notable. I don't mean to pick it apart, but even seeing a couple episodes at a time will make you acutely aware of the visuals. I don't hold it against the show, honestly. Like, as off-putting as it was to me as a kid, it ultimately didn't stop me from watching it. Everybody takes a season or two to get into the groove. Jake had to figure out how they wanted to abuse the extreme keys for special occasions and such. Season 1 was rife for them, and it didn't always translate to smooth transitionary arcs. And by this point, I have already roasted Lion Guard enough for its character walk cycles and the way their feet tippity-tap across the Pride Lands with minimal class. Sofia had to balance the style and class of a sleek and swift environment. That is no small feat. There's plenty to work on, but based on how it works through its character growth, I had no doubts about their ability to pull through on the animation. In contrast, the musical stylings of the show easily found their footing and quickly became a dominant aesthetic and narrative force within the world. The score and the lyricized tracks both provide a good sense of scale for whatever the scenes they tackle, but out of the 3 properties touched on here, the one that makes the most powerful use of its songs would have to be this one. Like the previous entry, Sofia utilizes show-stopping musical numbers to move the plot forward. Every classic Disney movie bequeathed a main character an I Want song and established themselves and their goals early on. Many of these features function as I Want songs for the plot. Tonally speaking, many of them fit in more with any 2000s era Disney Channel album than the others, but it doesn't mean that they get the job done any less efficiently. Music in preschool animation is very much its own love language. Sometimes it really does set out to do something new and innovative within its confines, whereas other times it's just there to provide some fun. Though it obviously has an integral purpose in each of these 3, they do mean just a bit more here. You could say prior that each delivered a level of emotionality to each show. Jake's music lent the settings a lot of excitement and whimsy. The Lion Guards gave the premise an ability to pack an additional punch. Sofia's music, which really does lend itself to the strength of its characters, does give their motivations and struggles an extra weight. Since their stories and actions are so deeply interwoven in the notes they hit, they become a gateway into the show itself. Even if you don't always get the right effect through voice acting or animation, the music will always pull you right back into the fray. Sofia's humble beginnings are more in sync with its home network than anything. At the time, both were in their tepid infancy, trying to find their footing in an already bustling field. For Disney Fair, the concept of princesses learning life lessons had to have been a winning formula for the company, but ever still, there was a chance that existing titles carried over could overshadow it on domestic ground or overseas. The concept itself was more traditionally marketable than Playhouse pitches of years past, but being squarely character-driven, there was something to be said for how strongly any audience could identify with the stories being told. It's important to acknowledge a world like this within the confines of a specific structure. The timeline's not as loose as Jake's, and not as structured as Kion's, but the events surrounding are just as liable to be debased as the other 2. There's a lot of episodic adventures to go through, but the variable chronology serves to gradually build things up straight through. To me, one season in time seems to represent approximately a year in the girl's life. Each year is like a new level of challenges and mounting stakes to address, which only get more complex from here. So Season 1 had an already steady start. It gave us vast expanses, a few relatively down-to-earth characters, and a lot of good jams. There's a good opportunity to expand on the interpersonal lives of our young protagonists, but there is equal opportunity to give us more high-flying, death-defying, swimmingly good adventures in worlds beyond Enchantia. Though the last 2 entries were able to flip back and forth near seamlessly, it'd be remiss to not give Sofia the chance to try and balance the 2 simultaneously. And as simplistic as the writing has been thus far, I wouldn't be surprised if it could do it next time around with its eyes closed. Season 2 does not fail to satisfy as a worthy extension of the first. As in keeping with the previous batch, the first few episodes of this season exemplifies how a lot of the series' elements got a vast improvement. The first episode, exemplifying character dynamics and musical extravagance, explores Amber's predilection towards self-centered plays and how that's expressed towards someone who tests her mettle like James. In the season premiere, the kids are preoccupied with birthday preparations. See, Roland's kids are twins, so they share a birthday, and it seems like a bit of tension is built up from it. For someone that has consistently been tasked with tempering her ego and shifting her lofty expectations, I'd say this is one time where she's justifiably upset. It's a conflict that Sofia herself has to again deal with in a few episodes from now. So for one day, she hatches a plan to make her brother a bit younger so she can have a solo birthday. Instead of turning him 2 months younger, he becomes much closer to a 2-year-old than one would hope. So she's left to ponder the true magnitude of not having a twin, whilst shenanigans, perhaps baby geniuses, would take envy upon. She actually comes to a pretty good conclusion, as seemingly unnatural as she would have come to it. I think had I been younger, I'd see it as Amber just screwing up again, sans silver lining, but there's more subtlety to her moves in this one than episodes previous. Slowly but surely, she's gaining a bit more humanity in her, and gradual as it may be, her progress shows for itself. The second episode, perhaps one of the best animated of the whole set, and what better an event to test it out on than the return of one of the most standout villains so far. Disguised as an average sorceress, Miss Nettle is now after the Amulet of Avalor on her quest for ultimate power. As much as Sofia is put off by this new woman's presence and her inescapable lust for her jewelry, she's not setting off anyone else's alarm bells. To seal the deal, we've got another great musical sequence and an appearance by the first Disney princess, Snow White. It's a short but sweet one, merely warning the first to trust her own instincts. The last time the Pyrrhus princess failed to do so, she was surreptitiously poisoned. The animation clearly takes precedent in the story, but it's evident that the humor got a bit more refined in between seasons.
The mascot just wears a costume and acts silly.
Exactly. It's the perfect job for you.
The third tackles more resolute character growth through a first season character, Hugo. After James injures his arm, the former has an opportunity to score an active win for the school's derby team. Yet among constant anxiety from his lineage's legacy combined with his own raging ego, he's deathly afraid of being a team player, assuming that if he is, he won't be able to snag a win in his family's eyes. This character is great for laying out the withering legacy of machismo and how it doesn't help anyone, but at the same time the show doesn't wear out its appearances. He's definitely too brash and selfish for his own good. Even his horse is cognizant of that.
A true Derby champion never quits on the team. That's always been Hugo's biggest problem. He's a good rider, but he doesn't know the first thing about being a good teammate.
But at the same time, he's not exactly coming from the worst place. He's vulnerable, and even when he jumps the gun, he takes the opportunity to turn things around, which is cool considering the weight of his situation. Unlike the last time, Sofia was able to more resolutely lay out her qualms with his behavior and convince him to scale it back just a little bit. And the way that she manages to do that is a real Kodak moment if I've ever seen one. This is not to say it doesn't get mythically ridiculous this season either. The fourth episode is a Mother's Day episode that brings the familial pandering to a whole new level.
Now come along, Lucinda. We have a delightful day of Mother's Day hexing ahead of us. A party!
Ursula's crazy sister!
Like wildly unintentional rehash aside, Sofia is left to deal with her crazy potent insecurities when she has to readjust to accommodate her new siblings. Mind you, the previous season's finale was spent tackling this very topic too, albeit with a different cast of characters. It's not an invalid issue to tackle per se, but upon reflection, these two stories seem a bit too close together in airing order and in execution. There's also the time Amber used the power of a wishing well addicted to planting magnificent monkey paws to prevent Sofia from taking up all of Roland's time so she can play tea party with him. How she goes about it is as ridiculous as it gets for her. Her incredulous justification just makes it all the worse.
And you wished Sofia was a cat?
No! I wish that you'd be allergic to her.
That doesn't sound much better.
I'll give it credit though. I think this episode does exemplify its ability to turn the absurd into sentimentality. Something more novel the show acclimates to in season 2, as destabilizing as it was to sit through that one. Season 1 took a lot of time to establish the character draws and flaws, and used the central character to not only grow them out, but to teach herself some lessons too. In the next season, you may find the writers retreading over a few topics they covered already. Stuff about doing things properly, and being open and honest, looking out for each other, and respecting your friends. While they don't exactly make each character relearn the same lesson again, they do give them a bit of a retest of sorts. Let me explain. Now, obviously, it's natural that someone like Amber can be a really vain and conceited, selfish individual. She's obviously gotten more accepting of others with a bit of time, but there are more potent scenarios that can still compel her into making a bad choice. So something like this wish would very much seem like a dramatic step back, if not for how they executed this one. Like any other time, we'd be groaning and shaking our heads at the very evidence of her selfishness and avarice, but in this case, it's definitely a bit more gray. Sharing a parent can certainly be hard, even within the context of an average family day outside. I don't feel bad for her for the most part, but I do understand where her crazy, irrational decision came from. The series goes enough out of its way to go through the fairly extreme highs and lows of having a new blended family. It makes a point to emphasize that everybody in the family is to adjust a little bit. After all, being a royal comes with its own set of challenges as a dual citizen of the human race. As a matter of fact, Sofia herself went through a similar quandary a few episodes back. She was close to leaving her siblings stranded away from her and Miranda while they had a Mother's Day picnic. It'd be pretty wildly out of character any other time, but considering how Sofia already demonstrated a penchant for a bit of relational insecurity and perhaps suggestive separation anxiety, this is understandable to a sizable degree. So seeing someone like Amber tackle these more sizable social issues in predictable ways is fascinating, even if it feels like it's the second or third or fourth time it's happened. There's another episode about a group of the Royal Prep kids working on science fair projects and racing to get a hold of a potent but rare ingredient that everybody needs. It makes everyone act quite competitively, and though somebody like James has learned to truly become a team player, his deviously nasty ways stem more from a different place. After Roland talks up his failure of a science experiment from his school days, the twins are absolutely ready to make him proud and take home the prize, which causes them, and to a lesser degree, some of their other classmates to act out of control. Now obviously at times these adventures still feel like they can give you a slight case of déjà vu, but when funneled into interesting characters and scenarios, it makes everyone seem much more tolerable. There's an episode where they honest to God just funneled Beauregard Q Kazoo into a strong silent night and made Sofia play matchmaker between him and her Aunt Tilly. It's kinda hilarious. It's basically the Shy Princess over again, but it's not tied down to a specific moral mandate. Other than maybe be yourself. In fact, Amber's development is also challenged in the midway hour-long special, The Curse of Princess Ivy, wherein she summons an evil princess hell-bent on taking over the kingdom after she steals the amulet. How was she even in a position to take the amulet in the first place? It was entirely coincidental. Her avarice really puts her at odds with Sofia, who, quite deservedly, was having trouble accepting what Amber has put her through with this choice. And for the trouble of swiping the amulet, the shit literally curses her by summoning said evil princess. Normally, Amber's persnickety behavior rarely puts her at odds with anyone, since the consequences of such would be either minimized by her status or by people like Sofia that can bounce off her and push her into doing the right thing. Here, she's stuck to ruminate over her decisions twofold, for her normally quite patient and compassionate sister is grilling her over her shitty choices. All-encompassing such a boon, they're literally running around trying to save the world. A particularly strong appearance by Rapunzel convinces her to take an actual chance on her life and, so to speak, dare to risk it all. Even with all the unnecessary stuff going on, like the detour into the Dragon's Outpost, it was a surprisingly more pointed way to bring these characters into the fold of development. Overall, the season starts out pretty slow and steady, but the smack dab middle of it has some pretty great episodes in it that packs efficient heat. Obviously, the animation contributes to the heightened performance. It gets a bit more expressive and mobile, so the characters can sport a bit more emotional range during the most intense moments. The texturing and composition helps everything feel a bit more lived in, too. You'd be surprised how much one odd camera angle can shake things up. The score also gains a bit more depth and range. Again, the range of genres and styles they hit on seriously throws you for a loop. Generally, all the technical aspects of the series got a significant bump, and notably the dialogue and plotting seem more tightly focused, even with an ensemble at the helm. Season 3 takes a really proactive and progressive approach to storytelling. It's here to please, and they've pulled out all the stops to make sure you're impressed. Previous season had a habit of taking a more slow and graceful approach, even amidst heavy action, whilst the newest one takes a much more audacious sense of exploration. I'm not gonna lie, they had me fooled initially. The first few episodes were purely developmental pastiches and classic character building exercises, but more so funneled into the strange new spheres Sofia inhabits and those who inhabit them. Then, the official introduction to the secret library reveals itself. As you'd expect, the advent of said secret library does reveal more of an adventure streak in the series and the whole. Whether in the stories of the secret library or in lands far, far away, Sofia never fails to make an impact on the situation. Considering how well she was able to turn the tide at home, it would make sense to continue that by fostering more hard fantasy concepts. They pull back on more princess-type conflicts and set up more dramatic stories. Around half of the episodes in Season 3 take place in lands far, far away, with most of them having to do with more hands-on plotlines. I like the further inclusion of Aunt Tilly throughout. If there was any doubt that her niece had the ability to roll with the punches and get into the thick of the rough and tumble, this batch of episodes would put it all to rest. Each new being blends well into the landscape of this show, but surprisingly the stories that ground the characters geographically speaking aren't too shabby. One of the episodes focuses on a royal prep classmate voiced by the then voice of Doc McStuffins learning to just be her best rather than the best. Another brings a standout one-off from the last season and pairs him up with James in a plot to escape from a nightmare scenario in summer camp. As addressed previously, the series does mimic the ebbs and flows of real life quite effortlessly. The lulls of the timeline become a bit more pronounced even when our protagonist is given progressively bigger threats to tackle. On the social side, it's difficult to summarize and encapsulate all the life lessons one may learn along the way. Not necessarily because some may repeat occasionally, but because the progression of which becomes a bit more muted. Doubly so if it's not central to a plot-building episode. We get a fair share of good old comfy scenarios and solid character building. One of my favorites of the season happens to be the third and final major appearance of Hugo, titled Lord of the Rink. As a complete 180 from his first appearance, he finds himself embracing ice dancing in the middle of hockey practice. Here, at least it happens to be a female-led sport, and he happens to be pretty good at it. But he fears the wrath of his father, who obliviously drills the uber-masculine family traditions into his son's skull. The rest of the episode is him trying to balance the best of both worlds, while Sofia tries to pull him out of his shell so he can ice dance freely. Surprisingly or otherwise, his massive flood of plotlines ended here because apparently the writers ran out of episodes to give him. And you'd probably think this is the limpest excuse in the book for a series all about social growth and development, but in reality I think it's actually a pretty logical play. Because yes, the show still teaches you some of the same things they would have addressed in Season 1, but as it's demonstrated, neither it nor Sofia herself are stagnant. They're not going to stick to the same few characters or lessons ad nauseum. With increasing complexity, our young leads are left to solve new problems, with the show's main goal being to give them the characteristic tools to solve them on their own. All three of Hugo's main plots were pretty par for the course, especially given how they set him up. His struggles were not small potatoes, but beyond these, there doesn't seem like there'd be an issue that he couldn't work out as easily himself. After all, his stories were cemented around accepting something. He got the crash course 3 times. All he had left to do was soar to the finish. There was a great episode that touched on new beginnings and such, which is quite fittingly the season finale. One for the books is exactly what it says on the tin. It could arguably be Lord of the Rings' more practical half to its emotionally charged narrative. The Royal Prep class we've been following for 3 seasons has moved up another grade to new teachers, situations, and curriculum. Their new teach is a faun called Mr. P, who introduces the pack to a more free-form yet critical style of thinking. Everyone pretty much takes to this new milieu quite well, except for perennial bookworm Desmond, who is not accustomed to the experimentation involved in these new assignments. His class is tasked with pushing a tree to bloom based on trial and error, but our guy is spinning on his heels because you can't find the answer in a book. So Sofia accompanies him to clean up some messes and convinces him to ask for help. For an educational system as depressingly stagnant as ours, it's good that a preschool series can help fill that ideological gap. Teaching to the test has been a bare necessity for the longest time, and it has only taken a poorly handled crisis for us to just start to break out of such a mold. And I know the way the system makes everyone go through the motions can easily eliminate one's interest in learning, so this is a pretty interesting lesson to espouse. You might think it's weird to put this one in so close to the end, but I think it's a great lesson for anybody, really. Even within the capacity of a really tightly paced school year, if there's an opportunity to break out and think outside the box, this episode can incentivize it a little bit. I imagine a TV writer's timeline is not too dissimilar to the average American student's, but all the same, if either can embrace this lesson wholesale, they'll both be better for it. In general, the show had taken up a level in maturity. During this era, Sofia was still managing to attract attention amidst a shift in programming and tone. By this time, the channel was in the process of trucking out their entire inaugural lineup in place of lighter and softer series of a different kind. Its contemporary, Jake, was on its way out, while another one, The Lion Guard, was making itself at home. Sofia made a switch to ice dancing later on, and somehow it managed to endure in the face of such a drastic change of pace. Sofia's Season 4 was, for all intents and purposes, the end of an era. Its network had thoroughly transferred itself into a new era of success, and for better or for worse, their senior princess serial wasn't part of that formula anymore. Low were the days of talking tools and stuffed bear spies, for this was the age of the dog now. Disney Junior had acclimated itself to a new slate of more fast-paced, comedic, episodic knockouts. Before and after Sofia's final season arrived, there were many premieres around it that appealed to both sides of the coin. Soft and sweet, or fast and frenetic, weren't exactly the only 2 modes of which these series existed. That said, it was evident which shows now dominated the lineup, and while its iconic track record made it easy for the show to keep up abroad and at home, it was finally time for Sofia and crew to finally graduate. The season kicks off with a bang twofold. In one breath, it ends up sending off one of the longest-running arcs the show had to offer, Cedric's Grapple to Power. Easy to forget, considering how I didn't touch on it at all throughout this whole chunk. He's what most would consider a major character, and he appears in a good chunk of episodes from 1 to 4, but honestly, I didn't think his arc was the best paced. There's maybe some subtleties I'm missing here or there, but when it was more or less concluded in this special, I realized that I wouldn't say it's memorable all the way through. It's been established in a few intriguing episodes that Cedric's lust for power is spurred on by Roland's lack of approval in him, his parents' stellar reputations in magic before him, and a general desire to prove himself. We've seen a bunch of people undermine him along the way. But as close as he'd seem to finally pulling the trigger, Sofia usually grounds him enough to reconsider at least long enough for the episode to conclude. Their relationship actually developed quite well, and it was satisfying seeing both of them grow up in a sense. I would say that Season 3 only features 2, maybe 3 prominent Cedric episodes, but the first of which actually posed a great scenario that gives us another side of him. It's brought out by necessity of the plot, but I think it worked well. The whole crux of this character is that his traumas and bad experiences have left him a desperate, hurting person. The clues are dropped at decent points, but the time it took to put all the pieces together dragged it along. Another previous season's episode pits him against an old-school rival, setting the events of the new special into motion when being unintentionally thrown into a spicy cesspool of crime and villainy. I don't plan to recap the whole episode, but needless to say, his actions throughout pit him against the kingdom he's worked so hard to take down and impress simultaneously. His musical number in the first half was pretty compelling, even if the progression didn't feel quite right. His status quo is not God, but it did win the tenuous tug-of-war established, and while everyone's still in the same positions they were before, the rest of the season deals with the residual left by the episode's conclusion. If there was any positive to establish, I'd say that the animation has finally hit its full stride here. Everything from the texturing to the modeling that's really evolved and given us its all here. It's an evolution very few in its class would be able to hit, not necessarily because of technological setbacks, but because of the subject matter and tone. They certainly wouldn't allow for it. Apparently, the network exerted a bit of pressure on the crew to keep Sofia light, narratively speaking, even until the bitter end. Luckily, because of where they were able to take the stories later on, they were still able to flex their animation extensively. Like anything else, it's not perfect. Depending on what type of person you are, the lighting and the style of shading might bug you. But that being said, it's glorious to see more theatrical parts of the show fire on all cylinders. The other main thread that's introduced in Season 4 would be the introduction of the Mystic Isles in the 1-hour special of the same name. On one trip to the secret libraries, Amber finds Sofia on her way to save the source of all magic in existence, which is funneled into a realm aptly titled the Mystic Isles. There's an isle for every beast, of which their activities and such fuel the magical bandwidth that powers everything else. That's all put into jeopardy once a crystal maker vows to cover the whole scheme in crystals. Yes, that is the conflict of the story. There's a squadron of protectors that are supposed to keep it under wraps, but considering the deceptive nature of the figure in question, they've had a bit of trouble keeping up with her. On top of that, Sofia is left to deal with the fallout of Amber's selfish tendencies, which put her whole team back a few times. The special is pretty solid and an understandable jump to make. Honestly, I wonder what would have happened if the show pulled back and let Sofia have a few more adventures at home instead of jumping into more mythical mayhem. Not counting the introductory special, but qualifying the series finale, these episodes take up about a third of the final frontier. They're fine. Nothing that really stood out to me, to be honest. Aside from one of the Mythic Isle episodes being the seasonal Christmas plot, they don't have much bearing on the season itself. It's just another thing that Sofia does. Aside from characters already established in this special, I didn't find many more to latch on to. The last hurrah, titled Sofia the First, Forever Royal, features the royal prep graduation, a plot to take over the Mystic Isles, again, and in a less prominent fashion, one more opportunity for Sofia and Amber to bond. Attempting to keep the pace of the action, the episode flies all over the place from start to finish. It feels like a real send-off for a lot of the earlier recurring characters we haven't kept track of as well. It kept me on the literal edge of my seat as I watched the final showdown. I think even with all the action converging at once, the emotional core still stays true. I'd argue that Sofia's goal here perhaps wasn't as personal to her. The key to defeating the villain lies in her tapping into the depth of her emotional resolve, but a lot of what leads up to it feels like a series of fetch quests. I don't see this as a negative per se. There are enough series finales that don't even really resonate despite what they present. That said, the final adventure manages to stay true to the core of the series and imparts onto the audience the ideal storybook ending. Pretty solid cap-off to such an iconic series. Animation is very much regarded among many circles and many names. By extension, it takes on many identities and moods and experiences, but often it is not proclaimed under any specific niche of consciousness. While the versatility of the medium is something we often celebrate, a lack of unifying tenet or quality can often leave it marginalized. It's a relatively green medium, but the great advances made since the Phantasmagoria or Little Nemo days require a few books to chronicle to some veracity. Despite that, it constantly finds itself permanently shackled to those demographics or ideas that has kept it tied down in the traditional systems. It's a medium still very much working itself out through its own growing pains, as are the audiences that champion it. What makes each animated work stand out is going to vary from each piece, obviously, but there's less of a unifying barometer for what everything has in common than not. Writing the takeaway for each of these parts was an extensive overview of how I perceive each show's strength and how it helped mark the legacy as it stands alone. For Jake and the Neverland Pirates, I scanned through the scores of merchandise and related events, which probably seems like a really trite and vapid highlight, but to me, it symbolizes not only the pull of its really compelling characters at the center of such merch, but the network's future in creating simple but effective leading characters to drive its own success. For the Lion Guard, I appraise its value as a part of the Lion King family, which, despite being a really contentious point for many critics and fandom members, does showcase what makes its source material so great, differences and all. For Sofia the First, I had a bit of trouble wrapping my brain around what signified the show as itself, and how to summarize its greatest achievements. As myopic as it would be to try and summarize a whole show's run through one attribute, it'd be remiss to not find one highlight that works in its favor. It doesn't have the most episodes, it doesn't have the most seasons, or even the most awards to its name. In fact, its spin-off was arguably more fruitful in that last arena. So how does one measure Sofia's successes? One way might be through TikTok. Yeah, amidst the pandemic, a bunch of old phenomena saw a surge of popularity over there, but more surprisingly out of this batch, this series has reared its head. It was an incredulous sight at first. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time when Zoomers like us could eulogize over nostalgic favorites, but a lot of people in this compilation are in my age bracket when we would have been too old to consume it reasonably anyway. But it really does speak to its appeal. I doubt I could prove that literally everyone and their grandmother watched Sofia the First and its first run, but I doubt I could write it off all the same. Every show has its audience, but oftentimes some of the best ones are those that can consistently reach across the aisles and age barriers. That's nothing new in the scope of animation, but at a time for something as simple as a Disney princess conduit, it's pretty poetic to see it break out and be embraced by many more people. As an entity, Disney Junior ain't exactly shy about playing up one demographic over the other. I don't think they're in Cartoon Network's territory of killing off shows specifically because more girls are into it, but they've certainly played two different folks. Obviously, even with such a dynamic protagonist, you can't exactly take all the princess things out of the show. Not to say anyone would be, but when market researchers think of multifaceted appeal and children's content, you know, princesses is not exactly what they had in mind. Sofia the First is arguably one of their most wide-reaching properties, and it was a joy to rediscover why. It really does live its truth while constantly seeking out more to share, showing us ultimately that it's what's on the inside that matters. It really is a landmark series for the brand, but undoubtedly it's a series that will have ripple effects throughout the space and the industry for a while. So Disney Junior is in a bit of a weird place right now. I don't think their creative system behind the scenes is anything close to breaking down, but their image internationally seems a bit destabilized. All through the last year or so, a few of their European feeds have been closing up shop due to a series of expired TV contracts that coincidentally failed to renew in negotiations, so any content that was being carried by these feeds would mostly be available in that region's Disney Plus catalog whenever that would come about. Stateside, it's already being utilized to solidify the presence of newer acquisitions like Bluey, though generally we have yet to see its full effect in a country without Disney Kids channels. These are kind of profitable markets for the Sphere too. Italy, the UK, Australia, among others, have been hit in the time it took this video to come out. It was one thing when Disney XD got hit, because its seriously diminishing returns in the past couple years at best have eliminated any justification for it to continue showing the content it was party to, but this brand is actually a stable one in Disney's youth sector. There's a lot to navigate with these changes. There are many people before me that can espouse the vast potential and benefits to the direct-to-consumer model, but having been Zoomers growing up with the best of both worlds, to me at least, there is a remarkable experience that will be missed out on with this shift, especially among younger viewers. Obviously, I've shown you many of the ways the Junior brand has taken liberal advantage of its status in TV. But if there was any major takeaway to be had, it should be about the importance of embracing the present to look to the future. I've broken down 3 extraordinary cartoons that went above and beyond to provide the audience with a unique type of presentation. It's a modernization, a new take on what the genre has always been about, and it's fantastic, but it's not a hard and fast sign of what's to come. In fact, it seems like despite this boom in continuity-heavy bridge serials, preschool TV is slowly shifting back into the status quo. There might not have always been these types of series ruling the roost, but there will always be appealing preschool cartoons to explore beyond what we grew up with, if nothing else. I'm hoping this encouraged you to look beyond your own backyard, because preschool has proven itself to be bold and daring. It's proven to be open-minded and caring. It's proven to be imaginative and grand, and it can be party to some of those high-concept stories around. It's a pretty rewarding experience getting in touch with these properties no matter where your interests lie. Nowadays, it's more common than ever for writers, artists, even creators to reach out to the masses consuming their works. They might chop it up for a minute, or they may deliver a quick acknowledgement and move on, but either way, the experience can be a game changer for either side of the aisle. A few months back, I remember checking out a new Nick Jr. entry and actually feeling a lot of hype for it. It was the kind of thing my friends and I could actually mutually partake in, no barriers. I had to wonder what kind of impact covering this show would have, because quite plainly, it is typically not the type of series that we would throw our weight around, so I did it, and to be honest, the payout was much greater than I expected. One of the highest views videos I've ever had. The crew is very appreciative, okay? And I think I might have played a small part in energizing what might be the remnants of a fandom for this one show. One show. It's a good feeling, and it's not one that should be relegated to just like the general audience fare, but in case you needed an incentive, there you go. It's a really rewarding experience getting in touch with these properties no matter where your interests lie. I have to level with you for a minute, right? As exhaustive or meticulous as you may or may not consider this project to be, these sections, believe it or not, are not the end-all be-all of these shows. There's a lot of information that was left out intentionally or otherwise, and there were actually make-or-break moments or episodes that I had to streamline for everything to fit. Obviously, you tend to streamline these types of scripts to keep a flow up, but each time I went back to edit or record another chunk, there was always something else that I knew could have made it into the final cut. Yes, I know, I basically squeezed 3 feature-length series retrospectives into one very superfluous package, but it shouldn't stop you from going out and learning more about these shows. In the time it would take you to watch each segment, you could probably only get through like a small fraction of a season for each. Honestly, the fact that one could yak on about any of these for such a length of time would probably be unheard of to begin with, when in the context of this genre, it really shouldn't be. They were big projects with big expectations, but even the smaller series can provide a lot to learn from. There's still a bunch to digest from any of these three, and if you had more inquiries or analytical questions about them, you could find them anywhere. My job here, aside from dissecting them, was to try and instill a sense of passion or at least interest in the genre. One of the biggest hypocrisies to be found in animation fandom would be the repetitious and continuous marginalization of this sector. There's been an untold amount of times where outsiders to the realm of animation will mock and deride the people who admire it because of their ill preconceived notions, and like clockwork, the fans will pull out the same monologue about how animation transcends race and creed and age and has the power to do anything, to touch anyone and inspire the masses. Then, a lot of those same folks turn around and mock and deride this one part of the medium they care so much about because of who it's made for. They don't even bother to watch the shows most of the time, they just clown on them indiscriminately. It's especially wild because some of those older properties they watched when they were younger usually don't arouse any scorn until someone tries to look at them seriously beyond a purely nostalgic lens. And then we're back to square one. But of course, nobody notices. It's something I think about way too often, something that I shouldn't have to, but I do anyway. It's really bizarre how this phenomenon takes shape. Around the time I hit 1,000 subscribers, a follower of mine made this video explaining their intentions to create their own anthology series in response to my own about random cartoons I just wanted to talk about. I still revisit it every blue moon because I'm surprised that this happened when it did, but having listened closer to the perception of the animation space, it does provide a solid basis for what I think I'm talking about.
For ages, the animation community have not been open-minded to those people who, in a sense, never grew up with cable or never had too much cable.
Now, initially, I was right confused by what's being said, right? To this day, I don't see a particular bias towards any PBS or non-cable distributed cartoons out there. I mean, if anything, they're more likely to be fawned over, which has definitely been true in my experience, at least. Though a bit later on, they get into the philosophies that are actively thrown around in such a cartoon community.
A Little One show is just as important as a show like Steven Universe. And I feel like we kind of disregard that. And in a sense, when an animated movie, big animated movie, that comes into theaters, decides to kind of skew to that Little One audience, it's very much frowned upon.
And this is what absolutely clicked for me. This is a visual medium, and as such, it's not surprising that a lot of fans of this microcosm work off many cues or tells to initially guide them towards or away from certain content. Things like bad comparisons or labels will follow a show for ages. And any one of us could probably list off 5 series we've seen erroneously labeled as ripoffs by many in a fandom. If you compare 2 preschool pirate programs, the main thing that becomes a focal point is that first part. And unlike the other identifiers it may have, it becomes weaponized much faster than anything else. Whatever you were comparing against something else is either going to live under the shadow of another or live to be known as an inferior entry in a genre because it wasn't more like its comparable series. It's why I don't usually partake in ranked tiers or traditional list videos. It's just so easy to get lost in arbitrary orderings and everything that it's likely you don't even get to analyze the work you're categorizing. So when you have a sector of the medium that is routinely misunderstood and the general populace is tasked with understanding it on a surface level, a lot more bad faith critiques and arguments come to light. But the wildest thing is, it's literally not even that deep. There are certainly valid ways to apply certain restrictions. Not all cartoons are made equal, and in fact I could argue that those of the preschool variety had maybe, just maybe, a lot more put into them from a production-based or technical standpoint. Like, no cap, alright, there were a bunch of resources pooled into making these shows alone that preserve the look and integrity of the franchises that they mingled with. There was a lot of cheaper content out there, and especially from bigger names too, right? The franchises that are meant to be long-running successes have as much money poured into them as they expect to get out. There's a lot of cheaper content out there, I get it, but especially from bigger names, the franchises that are meant to be long-running successes have as much money poured into them as they expect to get out. Like, financially speaking, it is a stupidly rewarding field. You cannot make Gigantosaurus on anything but a prehistorically big budget. Beyond that, you have to think about the restrictions placed by the educational consultants. Even if they're just presented as simple slice-of-life adventures, there are people in the background trying to assure that the crotch dumplings got something concrete out of it. The writers have to probably grapple with more revisions than their colleagues in the general audience, doubly so if there's a cultural aspect present. And on top of that, they're tasked with writing something warm, sincere, non-smarmy, and fully in character when making a fun story. Doubly so if they're working off of a pre-existing property. Did I mention that a lot of these guys are freelancers? A lot of animation professionals are forced to be highly skilled generalists in order to eat, but these guys really do everything in the projects that they're a part of. Because of that, and many, many other factors, they really aren't the same. Just like the rest of animation, some have less stringent expectations than others, but even if they come across as unassuming, these series are no slouch. All of this effort was poured into appealing mainly to one audience. If they collect a periphery, then that's great. But if it's not good for the kids, it's not good for anyone. It's a philosophy that's carried on for even bigger projects. These folks pour so much into these products for not as much in return, and part of why they do it is to try and make a positive impact in the world.
What keeps you excited and inspired to continue working in preschool?
For me, and we touched on it before, is just I get to learn something every day.
I love being able to tell kids things that I think are true about the world, things that I think will help lift them up in some way.
I was gonna say, I think it's tremendously reassuring sometimes too. You know, it's nice to see people being nice to each other, and you get a chance to put good and positive vibes into the world. And when you have really sweet characters, you know, it's nice to be able to do that.
Well, I think that's all true. I also think part of the fun of preschool is the sort of challenge of, all right, how can I tell this story, make it interesting with the limited toolbox that I'm allowed to have?
And especially now, I think things are finally turning. There are opportunities to actually show kids, to give kids on-screen representation that have not previously been able to see themselves on television before.
If you end up not liking them, there's types of critique you can give, but you gotta go into an understanding that they can't necessarily go full tilt into everything for you. You have to talk about it with consideration that they can never forget who they're really trucking for. If it genuinely does not vibe with you, you have full cause to sit back and say, you know what, this isn't for me. And that's fine. What's not fine is writing it off just because it's for that audience. You never know the tone or the atmosphere until you plunge into the work, and you do a major disservice once you shrug it off. Preschool could arguably be the most versatile part of this business. Its demographic is its greatest strength, because not only can you be tasked to go ham on all these silly, adventurous topics, you have the immense ability to talk about the harsher realities of life. If they pass through a major conglomerate, they're guaranteed to espouse some educational value by default, and even when they don't, they provide some benefit to the audience. They might not all be the lore whore fodder you were craving, but many of them have just as much substance without setting up as much. There are numerous series that, had they been created in the modern era, would definitely be labeled as preschool content, but whoever decides to heap praise onto them in today's day and age would never ever be caught in the club calling them what they are. This stigma is too demoralizing for them to do that, and it'd be read as a major contradiction to do so. Let me be frank, I did not come into this thing trying to make it for anybody else but me. I remember wanting to binge Sofia organically, but along the way this video developed into this hulking monstrosity of a project. I made it for me, not necessarily for the culture, but to make sure that I could do it for me. Now and after the fact, I kinda had to do something for the culture. This was not meant to make history. In fact, its general impact on the animation landscape should be fairly negligible, but I know that if I didn't make my stance clear by the time I was done, this would all essentially be for naught. These series are not always wide-reaching epics or tightly timed slapstick riots, but the same could be said for the rest of the pack. These shows have walked the walk and talked the talk. They deserve the right to sit at the table. Their crews have worked their asses off just to do it, and I'd be damned if we're going through another shade of this Uncle Grandpa Clarence discourse all over again. Just because something's different. We gotta rally the troops, we gotta storm the castle. So, I've said my piece. By now, I'll probably have a short list of other stuff I'm gonna cover at some point, but I am not the gatekeeper of this realm. Not everything a part of this outfit is going to hold my interest, and that's fine. Consider it your red card to take the torch if you're able to. Meanwhile, I'll probably fall back and start on some 7-hour essay about Canadian cartoons just to balance everything out. But in all seriousness, I'm planning to cover more of these in the near future along with everything else. So that's up your alley. Check out my other work. Obviously, none of them are quite like this one, but I've talked about a few other preschool properties as well. If you're willing to take the ride with me, feel free to subscribe to the channel. For now, we have to close the book on this chapter. But who knows what else will lie in wait.